Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651, A Missed Victory. This artillery bombardment, which was completely unequal in range and crisis, lasted for about half an hour before it stopped. Under the fierce shelling of the British Kingdom, the temporary artillery positions built by Russia did not provide any protection at all, and black smoke filled the entire artillery position point. Nearly 100 Imperial Russian artillery pieces were completely turned into a pile of asterisk under the firepower of the British Kingdom, far surpassing them. Those precious Imperial Russian artillerymen also suffered heavy losses. The waves blown their limbs off, and some artillerymen were completely deaf due to the rupture of their eardrums due to the continuous explosions. When the smoke cleared, Pavlov immediately realized that his artillerymen were probably all dead. The bad situation is not limited to this one. Due to the long-term shelling of the British Kingdom, the morale of the soldiers in the position has also been weakened by the continuous shelling. At this moment, Pavlov had the idea of retreating point anyway. His purpose was to contain the British and Turkish troops on the Joanna River. They were lucky to be able to rely on a wave of surprise attacks for the time being, and now it was time to retreat. However, it was a little unwilling to retreat directly to Pavlov. He had already attacked here. As long as he persisted, he could advance to the north bank of Sevastopol after the arrival of Bakhchisary's large troops. As long as I can keep it here. Desire occupied Pavlov's brain, completely driving out Pavlov's reason point at this time. He was like a confident gambler, betting all his net worth together with the weights he had won before point. As long as he can be firmly nailed to this position like a nail, then he will be able to advance to the pinnacle of his life. Of course, during this period, countless soldiers must be killed because of his actions, but what does it matter? As the saying goes, one will succeed, and 10,000 bones will die. Pavlov will use the blood of Russian soldiers to forge a famous road point. Just when Pavlov was confident that he could hold on, Marshal Raglan ordered his artillery to adjust the position again. This time, Marshal Raglan aimed at the position of the Russian Empire point. He wants to let the Russians on the ground understand that artillery is not a unique product of Russia point. The British Kingdom also has artillery, and the quality and accuracy of the British Kingdom's artillery are much better than theirs. After about 10 minutes, the Artillery Brigadier General reported to Marshal Raglan, "Your Excellency, the artillery has been calibrated. It can be fired. Let them see how powerful you are." Commander Raglan gave the order with a serious expression. Yes. The artillery brigadier saluted Commander Raglan and left point. Marshal Raglan, whose face was slightly pale, couldn't help coughing violently. Marshal Rienio, who was standing beside Marshal Raglan, hurriedly came to Marshal Raglan's side, helped Marshal Raglan, and then gently with his hands, gently patted the back of Marshal Jeju. I'm old. Marshal Raglan shook his head and said with emotion, "I thought I could work without sleeping for a few days and nights back then, but now I'm exhausted just standing there for a while. Time is not forgiving." Marshal Rienio also sighed with emotion. "Yeah." Marshal Raglan nodded. His eyes revealed a look of reminiscence, and his tone couldn't help but say in a low voice, "After our generation has all left, I'm afraid not many people will know that legendary era." Exclamation mark. One will hear only a few words of it in the history books. Raglan, I never thought so. Marshal Rienio said with a hint of longing for the past. I think that legendary era will never be forgotten. He will become our human history. The last bright pearl. Born at the end of the Great Revolution and growing up during the Napoleonic Empire, Renault believed that the new ideas bred by the Great Revolution have quietly changed the world. No one can erase that legendary era, and the princes and generals who stand out in the legendary era will certainly be remembered by the era. I hope so. Marshal Raglan responded to Marshal Rienio with a wry smile. Furthermore, although the legendary era has ended, it does not mean that it will not appear again. It is always people who create the era. I believe that more and more legends will emerge in the future. Marshal Raglan responded with a firm tone. The future will definitely be better than the past. Marshal Raglan smiled and didn't speak. Living in the past He did not agree with what Marshal Riegno said, but he was unwilling to refute it. The second round of artillery bombardment began during the dialogue between Marshal Riegno and Marshal Raglan, and the morale of the Russian Empire began to drop in the British Kingdom. No one wants to face the power of the cannonball with their flesh and blood, and some of the Russian Empire soldiers who leaned their backs on the sandbags closed their eyes and started to pray. The fortifications carefully built by the British Kingdom were destroyed by their own hands, and the smoke of gunpowder rose again. Sitting in the temporary command post, Commander Pavlov watched the bombing positions with binoculars and prayed that Bakhchisary's troops would arrive sooner. While Commander Pavlov was anxiously waiting for the arrival of Bakhchisary reinforcement, the adjutant he dispatched to Bakhchisary also arrived at Bakhchisary at this time. The adjutant who entered the Bakhchisary command center immediately reported to the current supreme commander of Bakhchisary, Grand Duke Mikhail, and his military advisor, Marshal Jomini. Did something happen to the Joanna River? Mikhail immediately asked the adjutant. His Royal Highness, there is indeed a small situation. The adjutant hurriedly told Mikhail what happened to the Joanna River. Mikhail's face instantly showed a happy smile. He patted the adjutant's shoulder and said, "Good job." A look of surprise also appeared on Jomini's face. Pavlov's actions in the Joanna River went much more smoothly than he had planned. His Royal Highness, I'm seeking your help on the order of Commander Pavlov. I hope you can immediately send troops to Bakhchisary. As long as you move quickly, we can enter Sevastopol. The adjutant pleaded with Mikhail Road. Mr. Jomini, what do you think? Mikhail immediately asked Jomini's opinion. After thinking for a while, Jomini said to the adjutant, if you capture the north shore of Sevastopol, how will you deal with the naval guns parked in the port? The adjutant was obviously taken aback by Jomini's question. They really had nothing to do with the naval guns. Facing the silence of the adjutant, Marshal Jomini said again, I will send you 2 more soldiers from the army to the Joanna River to help you take Sevastopol. However, before the troops arrive, you must just keep it there. Please rest assured, we will do our best. The adjutant hurriedly assured Jomini. After the adjutant left the headquarters, Mikhail curiously asked Jomini if there was a way to defend against naval guns. Jomini told Mikhail that he also had nothing to do but it would be nice if the Russian army could storm the northern shore of Sevastopol. At the very least, it is better to at least slightly weaken the war potential of the north shore than to do nothing at all. Besides, his original plan was not, and also did not have a way to fight against the naval port fleet. Just do as you said. Mikhail nodded and said to Marshal Jomini, I'm a little tired, so I'll go back to rest first. Call me again when you're approaching departure. Neither Archduke Mikhail nor Jomini thought that this mobilization would cost them so much time that they missed the best attack time. At this time, Pavlov didn't know yet. He needed to hold on for at least 6 or 7 hours before he could get Bakhchisary support. In his thinking, he needs to persist for at least 2 hours. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when only the last rays of the sun remained, the British artillery finally stopped. After bombing for nearly an hour at the same time, a regiment of the British Highland Brigade, led by Major General Ebel, and the Zouave Regiment led by Major General Bazin, appeared at the foot of the mountain. Attack. Raglan and Rainio immediately gave orders to the adjutant beside them. The adjutant rode to Ebs and Bazin to convey to them the meaning of the 2 marshals. Attack. Bazin and Ebs shouted loudly at the same time. The Zouave Regiment and the Highland Brigade began to advance towards the positions of the Russian Empire. Seeing this scene, Pavlov in the temporary command post subconsciously wanted to use artillery to destroy the 2 armies, but found that there was no artillery in his hands. After the Zouave Regiment and the Highland Regiment were able to successfully reach the effective range of the Miner and Lee Enfield rifles, they stopped and started to reload the ammunition. The Russian troops on the position immediately pulled the trigger to attack the British and French troops. Because the range of the rifles used by the Russian and British and French troops was different, this made it difficult for the Russian troops to hit the British and French troops at the same distance, but the British and French troops were able to easily hit them. This time is also no exception. In addition to hitting a few lucky people, also called unlucky ones, the bullets of the Russian Empire, reading www.urkanshu.com, didn't kill many people at all. When the British and French troops were ready, they lined up in 2 or 3 pairs under the command of the commander. Release. The commander ordered the British and French soldiers to shoot point. Britain and France pulled the trigger almost at the same time. Gunshots rang out, and screams came from the positions of the Russian Empire. Point. The United Kingdom and France, which used rifles far exceeding the range of the Russian Empire, eliminated more than 100 enemies in the first round of design. The Russian Empire soldiers who continued to stay in their positions shivered even more after seeing the precise shooting of the Highland Brigade and the Zouave Regiment. Quick, go and order them to shoot. Don't let them attack. Pavlov immediately became furious when he saw the Russian soldiers who were hiding in the position and did not dare to show their faces. He hurriedly issued an order to the adjutant. Yes. After the adjutant saluted Pavlov, he immediately ran in the direction of the position. Point. However, his luck was a little off. When the adjutant arrived near the position, a bullet hit the adjutant's head, and the adjutant fell to the ground. Point. The Russian Imperial soldiers were even more afraid of the Highland Brigade and the Zouave Regiment, and they were able to reach the vicinity of the position without many people blocking them. The Highland Brigade and the Zouave Regiment, which arrived at the position, quickly entered the position to meet the Russian Imperial soldiers. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 652. War ended. Allah. Long live the Russian Empire. Long live His Majesty the Tsar. Long live the French Empire. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Long live Britain. Long live Her Majesty the Queen. The three-way fight between Britain, France, and Russia officially started at around 6:20 in the afternoon. Point. At this moment, there is only a red sunset in the sky of the Sevastopol fortress, as if it is putting a red skirt on the evening sky. Point. At this moment, the soldiers of the Zouave Regiment and the Highland Brigade no longer worried about any casualties, and they rushed forward as if going crazy. The Russian troops in the trench also tried their best to stop them. The attackers and the defenders fought with all their might, like two ferocious beasts biting each other. The sound of gunshots, metal collisions, and screams resounded throughout the entire position. On average, dozens of soldiers die every minute. About 20 minutes later, the sky was completely dark, and the fighting still did not stop, but the three armies fighting in the position could only see the outlines of each other now. Gradually, the Russian Imperial Army in the dark began to fall into the disadvantage, and the Russians continued to retreat back in the dark. The Russian officers in the dark had no way to do this at all. Under the influence of the Russian Imperial soldiers who fled the position, the Russian soldiers stationed behind the position also retreated with them. The actual number of combatants is only about 6,000. It didn't take long for the Imperial Russian troops on the ground to be thrown into chaos. Your Excellency Commander, let's withdraw. We can't hold it here. Pavlov's subordinate officers pleaded with Pavlov. If we continue to defend, I'm afraid we will all become their prisoners. Damn. Pavlov gritted his teeth and slapped the wall fiercely, complaining, why haven't the troops in Bakhchisaray come yet? If they could have come earlier, we would have already in Sevastopol. It has been nearly 5 hours since the Russian Empire occupied the position, and the officers he dispatched to Bakhchisaray to seek assistance also returned for nearly 2 hours, but he didn't see a single reinforcement. This made Pavlov wonder if they were abandoned by Bakhchisaray. Otherwise, why would there be no reinforcement? Your Majesty, don't talk about this time now. Please give an order. Pavlov's staff continued to dissuade Pavlov. Point. After thinking for a moment, Pavlov gritted his teeth and issued an order. Order all units to retreat in sequence, and at the same time, require officers at all levels to restrain their soldiers. Never turn a retreat into a rout. Yes. The staff hurriedly saluted Pavlov and left. Point. Afterwards, Pavlov called the adjutant he had dispatched to Bakhchisaray and asked him again what was going on in the Bakhchisaray area and why there had been no support for so long. The adjutant also shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Forget it. Commander Pavlov sighed and then ordered his adjutants to bring the captured Duke of Cambridge. After the adjutant heard the order, he also turned and left. After a while, the adjutant and 2 Russian soldiers escorted the Duke of Cambridge to Pavlov. His Royal Highness. The title of the Duke can be called Your Highness or Your Excellency the Duke. Major General Pavlov politely bowed to the Duke of Cambridge and saluted. Humph. The Duke of Cambridge snorted coldly, posing an arrogant gesture. Facing the arrogance of the Duke of Cambridge, Pavlov was not angry, he still responded with a smile. His Royal Highness, our army is defeated, so you can go back. Not only you, but your subordinates and guards. The division's flag can also be returned to the army. Oh. The Duke of Cambridge gave Pavlov a suspicious look and asked, what do you want me to do? His Royal Highness, I don't want you to do anything. Just let you go back. Pavlov still said to the Duke of Cambridge with a smile, you guys are so kind. The Duke of Cambridge still didn't believe Pavlov's words. His Royal Highness, we Slavs have always been a warm-hearted nation. Pavlov spread his hands and responded sincerely to the Duke of Cambridge. It's just that our two countries have to fight each other because of some misunderstanding. On the battlefield, we are enemies of life and death. Now it is no longer a battlefield, and our two identities make me still respect you. You are a real noble. Pavlov's answer made the Duke of Cambridge feel refreshed from the inside out, and his face towards Pavlov was no longer the same as before. To be honest, if it weren't for the sudden collapse of Turkey, you would never have been caught by us, Your Highness. Pavlov then said to the Duke of Cambridge, and then bowed to the Duke of Cambridge again. I hope next time we to the army can fight with dignity. Just like the ancient knights. Please forgive me for offending you, General. Pavlov, you are a person who is good at seizing opportunities. The Duke of Cambridge also affirmed Pavlov, I'm also very much looking forward to the next contest. After the Duke of Cambridge was sent away from the interim commander by General Pavlov, the adjutant standing beside Pavlov asked General Pavlov why he let the Duke of Cambridge leave so easily. Do you want us to take the Duke of Cambridge with us? Or do we kill the Duke of Cambridge directly? Pavlov asked the adjutant beside him. Of course. The adjutant opened his mouth and was speechless. Whether you take the Duke of Cambridge with you or shoot the Duke of Cambridge directly, you have to take certain risks. If he takes the Duke of Cambridge with him, he is bound to ensure the safety of the Duke of Cambridge, so he must allocate a part of his limited force to protect the Duke of Cambridge, and this action will undoubtedly bring him a lot of trouble. Killing the Duke of Cambridge is even more deadly. Nobles can die on the battlefield, but they will never die outside the battlefield. The current Duke of Cambridge is equivalent to having left the battlefield. Pavlov shot him. In addition to causing the Kingdom of Britain, there is nothing to gain from the wrath of Emperor Nicholas I. On the contrary, he himself will get into more trouble, and he will be shot by Nicholas I. Since it could not be taken away or shot, Pavlov could only release the Duke of Cambridge in the wild. I actually have an advantage in releasing the Duke of Cambridge. Pavlov continued. What's the benefit? The adjutant asked curiously. In a while, when we are retreating, the British army will definitely stop pursuing in the face of the Duke of Cambridge. Pavlov responded confidently to the adjutant. Is Marshal Raglan really not going to chase? I remember a few hours ago, when you sent people to negotiate. The adjutant didn't believe what Pavlov said. This time and the other, Pavlov showed a meaningful smile. He patted the adjutant's shoulder and said, just watch it carefully. The Duke of Cambridge and his only remaining subordinates carried the Guards Division's flag. After walking down from the position, they soon arrived at the position of Marshal Raglan under the asterisk of soldiers. Your Excellency Marshal, His Highness is back. Who? His Excellency the Duke of Cambridge. Let him in. After the Duke of Cambridge entered the room, he saluted Marshal Raglan and Marshal Renaud respectively, and thanked Marshal Renaud. Omar Pasha stood on the spot with an embarrassed look on his face. He understood that the reason why the Duke of Cambridge ignored him was because the Turkish army under his command had dug the Duke of Cambridge on the ground, which led to the arrest of the Duke of Cambridge. Why did Pavlov let you come back? Marshal Raglan immediately asked the Duke of Cambridge in a stern tone. Did you agree to any of his conditions? Report to the Marshal. I didn't. He promise him any conditions. The Duke of Cambridge responded firmly to Marshal Raglan, and Pavlov himself did not put forward any conditions either. That's good. That's good. Marshal Raglan breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that the Duke of Cambridge agreed to Pavlov's request. Once the Duke of Cambridge agrees to Pavlov's request, His career in the army may be completely over, although the journalists in the British army were restricted by Marshal Raglan under the name of Jerome Bonaparte. It did not mean that they could not do anything. If the Duke of Cambridge really has any transaction with Pavlov, then the transaction will inevitably be found out, and the Duke of Cambridge will also be surrounded by public opinion. At that time, Queen Victoria and Prince Albert could not give any help to the Duke of Cambridge, and the Duke of Cambridge had, and only quit the army. Pavlov is selling us a face. Marshal Raglan responded softly. Then, the Duke of Cambridge asked, we just need to retake the position. Marshal Raglan said, looking at Marshal Rionio. Marshal Renaud nodded slightly to express his agreement with Marshal Raglan. At 8 p.m. UU reading www.urkanchu.com. The British and French troops were completely in position. Pavlov's Russian troops had long since fled and were stationed near the Kat River after the battle for positions was over. Britain and France counted the casualties. The French casualties were 1,100, and the British Kingdom's casualties were 1,630. The Russian army in the Kat River also counted its own casualties. The number of casualties was 3,209, and the number of missing was 4,235. A total of 7,444 people, equivalent to 1/5 of the entire force. In the direction of Einkommen Mountain, a large-scale encirclement and annihilation battle also came to an end. Nearly 60,000 Russian imperial troops were destroyed by the combined attack of Konrobel, Bosk, and Trosh, and Soinov and his adjutant died on the spot. According to later statistics, the Russian army lost about 40,000 soldiers on Mount Einkommen, and only less than 20,000 Russian soldiers broke through the siege. Chapter 653, Minister and Princess. When the battle report from Mount Einkommen reached the Sevastopol headquarters, the entire headquarters began to rejoice. In the midst of this jubilation, Jerome Bonaparte personally came to the telegraph office set up in Sevastopol and couldn't wait to hand over the telegraph document written by himself to the telegraph operator. Quick, immediately send this a telegram to France. In the face of Jerome Bonaparte's request, the telegraph operator did not dare to start his work immediately without the slightest negligence. After a while, a ticking sound came from the telegraph office, and then after about 40 minutes, the ticking stopped. The telegraph operator told Jerome Bonaparte respectfully that the telegram would arrive in Paris in about 2 hours. You did a great job. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and nodded, then turned to leave. Paris in 2 hours. Since Jerome Bonaparte went to Sevastopol, Paris has changed from being loose on the outside and tight on the inside to being tight on the outside and tight on the inside. The imperial bureaucrats headed by Roux and the imperial soldiers headed by Neil were secretly under the command of Queen Augusta's Regency Council. There was no Regency Committee in name. Only Queen Augusta supervising the country. Monitor every move of the opposition and the army in the suburbs. A little bit of trouble will be discovered and arrested by those pervasive spies. Even members of the Bonaparte family were no exception. Since Jerome Bonaparte left until now, several members of the Bonaparte family have been secretly detained, and nearly 100 people have been deported. Queen Augusta frightened the subversives lurking in the dark corners of Paris with her iron and asterisk wrists. For the first time, they learned that Queen Augusta not only had the mercy of an angel, but also possessed the means of thunder. Therefore, those who want to make big news, while Jerome Bonaparte is no longer in Paris, have to lurch again and wait for the right time. Of course, Queen Augusta's rule in Paris was not just about blood and high pressure. In some areas, Queen Augusta still gave them a certain amount of space, and the newspaper industry is obviously a typical example. During the time when Jerome Bonaparte was away, Queen Augusta loosened up the press to a certain extent, allowing them to publish some foreign current affairs evaluations, as long as they did not attack the imperial government with straight balls. Newspapers that write lace news are also no longer cracking down hard. Every day, the people of Paris can read some lace news about aristocrats in the newspapers, and see the comments of foreign colonels and military enthusiasts about the coalition's actions in Sevastopol. Paris has been running smoothly under the Council of Regents when the telegram from Sevastopol arrived at the telegraph office under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The director of the telegraph office immediately handed it over to the new minister, Waluski, who was still working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After reading the contents of the telegram, Walewski immediately showed a look of joy on his face. He got up and patted the shoulder of the telegraph chief who came to report. "You did a good job. This is what I should do." The director afterwards, Waluski ordered the foreign ministry to prepare a carriage, and he was going to Speaker Pierce's house. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly prepared a carriage for Walewski. The carriage carried Walewski and quickly arrived at the door of Speaker Bijou's house. Dong dong dong. Along with 3 crisp knocks on the door, a voice came from the other end of the door. "Who?" "I'm Walewski. Is Speaker Bijou at home?" Walewski asked softly. The door slowly opened, and a servant-like man appeared in front of Walewski with a kerosene lamp and respectfully saluted Walewski. "Minister Walewski, has Speaker Bijou fell asleep?" Walewski asked, looking at the pitch dark room behind the servant. "Not yet." The servant shook his head and said, "The old master is still working in the study." "Then can I trouble you to tell me?" Walewski asked modestly. "I'll take you there." The servant replied to Walewski. "That's troublesome." Walewski nodded and responded to the servant. Under the leadership of the servant, Walewski arrived at a room on the 2nd floor. The servant knocked on the door softly, and Speaker Bijou's voice appeared on the other side of the door. "Come in." The servant reached out and invited Waluski to enter the room. Waluski pushed open the door and entered. At this time, Speaker Bijou, who was still working with reading glasses, raised his head and glanced at the visitor. He stretched out his hand and invited him with a smile. "So it's Minister Walewski. Please take a seat." Walewski sat directly opposite Speaker Bijou, and Bijou asked again, "I don't know why Minister Walewski is visiting late at night." "Your Excellency Jun, please read." Walewski handed the folded telegram to Jun. Bijou opened the telegram, glanced at the contents of the telegram, and said excitedly, "Okay." Then, Speaker Bijou paused and continued to ask, "By the way, have you told Her Majesty the Queen about this?" Waluski shook his head and said, "Her Majesty the Queen is approaching her due date, so I don't dare to disturb it rashly." "What about Princess Mathild?" Speaker Bijou asked again. "Not yet." Walewski told Bijou that he came to Speaker Bijou as soon as he received the telegram. "You're confused." Speaker Jun rebuked Waluski with hatred. "This kind of thing should be reported to Queen Augusta first. If Queen Augusta has something to do, it should also be reported to Mother. Princess D report. Why did you come directly to this old man like me? If he meets someone who doesn't know it, what will he think about it? His Majesty the Emperor in Sevastopol knew. What would he think?" Waluski, who was dazzled by joy, instantly realized his political mistakes. After receiving the information, he should report to Her Majesty, Queen, and the Princess as soon as possible. They are the main executives and rulers of the Regency Council, and the political niche of Speaker Bijou, who is also the Committee of Regency, is only to assist the Council of Regents in handling state affairs. This is equivalent to the fact that when Walewski reported his work, he did not want to report to the top secretary and the mayor, but instead reported to a senior political and legal official. "Your Excellency Bijou, what should I do now?" Walewski asked Bijou in a panic. For a while who in the whole Paris high society does not know that Walewski does not deal with Princess Mathild. Mainly, there are problems with Walewski's wife. This time if he is caught by Princess Mathild with a pigtail, not only the minister doesn't want to do it, but if the trouble goes wrong, he will pack up and leave. The position of Minister of Foreign Affairs was made by him bit by bit, so he couldn't just lose it. "What else can we do?" Speaker Bijou sighed. "I will accompany you to Princess Mathild's mansion." "Yes." Waluski responded gratefully to BO. So, Jun and Walewski set off to the mansion, where Princess Mathild lives. When Jun and Waluski arrived at Mathild's mansion, it was already early morning. Jun and Waluski pushed open the half-closed door and entered the mansion. "Your Excellency Bijou, Your Excellency Walewski." As soon as they entered the mansion, Bijou and Walewski saw the maid who was in charge of taking care of Princess Mathild's daily life, and they hurriedly said hello to the maid. "Your Highness, the princess has been waiting for you for a long time." The maid responded meticulously. "The princess knew we were coming." A look of astonishment and fear appeared on Waluski's face, and he immediately thought that Princess Mathild had placed a spy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, this only lasted for a few seconds, and Walewski's inner unease disappeared, because such a thing as a secret agent is not a big deal. If you think about it carefully, you can see that His Majesty the Emperor's surveillance of the people of the Empire is so strict, so naturally he will not relax the surveillance of the imperial bureaucrats who hold real power. Think back to the time when his father, Emperor Bonaparte, did not rely on the army and secret police to rule France. Then please take us there. Bio smiled and replied to the maid. Under the guidance of the maid, Jun and Waluski entered the room. reading www.ukanshu.com at this time, Princess Mathild was sitting on the sofa. The arrival of Jun and Walewski made Princess Mathild turn her attention to them. Your Highness. Jun and Waluski bowed to Mathild at the same time. Mathild invited Jun to sit down with Walewski and asked Walewski about the telegram. Your Highness. Walewski hurriedly handed the telegram to Princess Mathild. Princess Mathild just swiped the contents of the telegram a little and said proudly, "Hey, I didn't let him pass, but he wanted to pass. It's been more than a month, but it's just wiped out more than 50,000 people. His Royal Highness, His Majesty's achievement is enough to compare with Emperor Napoleon. When Emperor Napoleon commanded the army for the first time, it was nothing more than this." Speaker Bijou heard Princess Matilda's public praise and secret criticism, and he hastily touted a sentence. "Just him." Princess Mathilda continued, "He's far worse than Uncle." Princess Mathild paused, deliberately pretending to be casual. "However, he is so-so. His Royal Highness, I think the Empire should publicize it well." Speaker Bijou put forward his own idea. "It's better to bind Your Majesty to Sevastopol, so that the citizens of the Empire will think of Sevastopol. I will immediately think of Your Majesty." https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, Luxembourg Consensus. Okay, I'll leave this matter to. Princess Mathild paused, looked at Jun and Walewski, pointed at Walewski with a smile on the corner of her mouth and said, "This is leave it to Minister Walewski." "Yes, Your Highness." Waluski smiled dryly. He knew that Princess Mathild's attitude towards him had not changed. Then, Princess Mathild tactfully threatened Walewski. She needed to see this news in tomorrow's newspaper, and if she didn't see it, Walewski was ready to pack up and leave. Waluski reluctantly agreed to Princess Mathild and assured Princess Mathild that he would be stalking the printing house all night. "That's trouble, Minister Walewski." Princess Mathild responded to Walewski with a slightly sarcastic tone. Afterwards, Waluski and Jun left Princess Mathild's mansion together. Speaker Bijou, who was in the same carriage, told Walewski not to take what had just happened. "Nothing." Walewski shook his head and replied. When the carriage arrived at the gate of the state-owned printing factory, it stopped. Waluski, who got off the carriage, entered the printing factory on foot. For Waluski, today is destined to be a sleepless night. When the twilight of the morning light quietly peeked out from the horizon, many newsboys had already started their newspaper sales. They walked through the streets of Paris every day, bringing the latest news to France. Newspapers sold. Newspapers sold. The latest newspapers. First come, first served. The newspaper is sold. The newspaper is sold. The latest news. The French army annihilated more than 60,000 people in the Russian Empire. Come and read the newspaper. Under the vigorous shouting of the newsboys, the gentlemen who appeared on the streets of Paris early in the morning were immediately attracted by the newsboys' words of killing 60,000 people. They hurriedly stopped the newsboy, and after buying the latest newspaper from the newsboy, they stayed where they were and read. According To the reporter of this newspaper, Bonaparte, in the Sevastopol region, this battle was a great war that was personally deployed and erected by the Emperor of the French Empire. In this war, under the command of the wise leader, Emperor Jerome Bonaparte, all 60,000 people deployed by the Russian Empire on Mount Inkerman were wiped out. Reactionary Russia will definitely receive severe sanctions, and democracy and peace will inevitably return to the European continent. The facts show that only by uniting the French Empire under the leadership of Emperor Jerome Bonaparte can our nation, our country, truly realize its full potential. 2 generations of Bourbons have brought us only endless humiliation for more than 30 years. Most of the gentlemen who had finished reading became fanatical under the incendiary words of the Bonaparte, and an unprecedented sense of national pride poured into their hearts. In their hearts, only the French nation can have such a glorious record, and they also vaguely agree that only under the leadership of the Bonaparte family can France be able to achieve long-term stability. After all, more than 40 years have passed since the era of Napoleon's empire. The people of the older generation who lived in the Napoleonic era were already dead and wounded under the propaganda machine of the imperial government day and night. Napoleon's empire for decades has almost been shaped into an ideal country. As for the reason why Napoleon's ideal country collapsed, it was naturally because His Majesty the Emperor himself was deceived, and everything was done by the wicked people below in the name of Napoleon. It was precisely because there were too many treacherous people in the empire back then that the emperor would fail under both internal and external pressures. The topic has gone too far. The information that Inkerman Mountain annihilated the 60,000 Russian empire has made Jerome Bonaparte's fame rise a lot again. Some people no longer regard the emperor as the nephew of the emperor, but as the orthodox heir to Napoleon's military capabilities. There are very few people who continue to criticize the actions of Jerome Bonaparte. However, this time, the enthusiasm of the French people is obviously not as enthusiastic as before. The war that lasted for nearly half a year made the people of Paris feel a little weak, but it has not yet reached the point of war weariness. Meantime, in a bedroom in the Tuileries Palace, hearing that Augusta, who had a round belly, was sitting on the sofa, smiling and looking at Princess Mathilde who was sitting opposite him. The emperor is going too far, Princess Mathilde said angrily. It has been so long since he left, and only a few telegrams have been sent back. And the vast majority of telegrams are asking about politics, which really shouldn't be. Facing Princess Mathilde's scolding, Queen Augusta responded with a smile. It's not that your majesty doesn't care about us. He's not working hard for our children now. After speaking, Queen Augusta fondly stroked her belly. Seeing that Princess Mathilde was still defending Jerome Bonaparte, Mathilde stopped her word of mouth against Jerome Bonaparte and instead praised him for killing 60,000 people in Sevastopol. Russian feet continue at this speed. It won't take long before he should be back, Princess Mathilde said to Queen Augusta. I think it will be difficult. Queen Augusta shook her head and responded, huh. Princess Mathilde looked at Augusta with some doubts. I think the Russian commanders will be more cautious after suffering this big loss. I'm afraid it will be difficult to fight such a war of annihilation again. Queen Augusta, who has been involved in military affairs, told Mathilde replied. I don't understand this either. It's better to ask a professional for questions like this. After speaking, Princess Mathilde quickly changed the subject. She lowered her voice and asked how the conversation in Luxembourg went. I have basically agreed with the King of the Netherlands through my father. Queen Augusta replied, we will buy Luxembourg's land, 40 million francs, from the Dutch kingdom in a private name, and the Austrian Empire will support our action. What about Prussia and Britain? Princess Mathilde then asked. As a noble, she knew that the Kingdom of Luxembourg was not only involved in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, but also involved the members of the German Confederation and the Kingdom of Great Britain. Even the French Empire could not directly invade the land. The Kingdom of Britain, I have already handed it over to De Lewis to negotiate. Queen Augusta responded to Princess Mathilde. As for the Kingdom of Prussia, humph, they are not qualified to speak to France now. 3s and 4s. After listening to Queen Augusta's domineering declaration, Princess Mathilde's face showed a hint of surprise. Augusta, you've changed. Princess Mathilde's expression gradually became respectful, and she said to Queen Augusta with a serious look, I've changed? Queen Augusta's face showed a look of surprise. Where have I changed? You are really looking more and more like a real queen. Princess Mathilde couldn't help but praise her. Take what you just said. If it was an ordinary princess, would she have the courage to despise the kingdom of Prussia? Queen Augusta couldn't help but smile. Maybe I've really changed. Fuck it. Stop talking about it. It's so boring to talk about politics all the time. Mathilde changed the subject again. Princess Mathilde and Queen Augusta gossip. While Princess Matilda was discussing with Augusta, de Roos, who was far away in Britain, was also having a meeting with Prime Minister Palmerston. In what capacity is Your Excellency talking to me? As far as I know, Your Excellency has already relieved you of the responsibility of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Palmerston, who had just met, came up and gave de Lewis a slap in the face. I'm here on behalf of His Majesty Emperor Jerome Bonaparte. De Roos immediately responded to Palmerston, since you represent His Majesty Emperor Jerome Bonaparte, then I would like to ask de Roos whether the agreement that His Majesty Emperor Jerome Bonaparte made with us is still valid. Palmerston continued. Asked de Roos aggressively. What agreement? De Roos responded to Palmerston, pretending to be ignorant. So, Ambassador de Lewis, you didn't know that His Majesty the Emperor made an agreement with us? Palmerston asked with a sneer. Palmerston, since it's an agreement, there should be evidence. De Lewis showed a harmless smile on his face. You reading www or can't you? It's just a verbal agreement. Palmerston replied. After all, when Britain expanded its colonies in Africa, it held the attitude of taking as much as it could, and would never really draw a red line with France. Once the red line is drawn, it means that Britain limits itself. Who would have thought that in just a few years, some parts of Africa have changed drastically, since it is a verbal agreement. Can Prime Minister Palmerston tell me what you agreed with Minister Walewski? De Lewis still pretended to be ignorant and asked Palmerston. Palmerston told de Roos through an interpreter, mainly because he did not want to implement the facts, that France had promised not to take action against Nigeria and Egypt. Prime Minister Palmerston. De Roos responded with a smile. As agreed, we did not take action against Nigeria and Egypt. Why? Is the Suez Canal in your hands? Palmerston asked with anger. You should understand how important it is to us. Prime Minister Palmerston. Suez is also very important to us. De Lewis also responded without showing weakness, and even if we said that we would not interfere in Egypt, we did not say that we would not do business in Egypt. Exclamation mark. The Suez Canal is a commercial act and does not involve any territorial sovereignty. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 655. Albert's help. De Lewis's righteous speech caused a sneer on Palmerston's face. Does your country's business behavior also include the service of assassinating a king? If so, then your country's business scope is too broad. Palmerston used a yin and yang tone to De Lewis. He spoke, and then loudly ordered the translator beside him to translate the sentence into French. Of course, de Roos, who was standing face to face, didn't need a so-called translator. He also understood that Palmerston was just venting his dissatisfaction. After the dutiful translator translated the entire paragraph into French, de Roos said with a grim expression, Prime Minister Palmerston, you said we assassinated the King of Egypt. Do you have any evidence to prove it? If it is really our assassination, then we in France are willing to hand over the right of passage to the British Kingdom of the Suez Canal and promise you that we will withdraw from all business operations in Egypt. De Roos had enough confidence to ensure that the assassination operation would not be detected by the British Kingdom and then spread to the French imperial government. He also believed that Palmerston, the old fox, could really detect something strange, because this old guy was also a guy who was good at conspiracy and tricks to force other countries to riot. Thinking that Fez and Mohammed Ali were fooled by Palmerston and turned into two European enemies. There is a saying that similar stand-ins can attract each other. People of the same type can already know what kind of **** guy the other is when they see each other for the first time. How could Palmerston not know what kind of scumbags Jerome Bonaparte and his group of guys sitting in the French Empire were? It's just that suspicion is about paying attention to evidence. Without evidence, it's okay to randomly suspect a small country. The big deal is that the other party has weapons of mass destruction at home. Suspecting that a big country is engaged in conspiracy and tricks must pay attention to the evidence. If you do not pay attention to the evidence, if you doubt it randomly, it will inevitably lead to the two countries becoming hostile, thus causing the situation to be turbulent. D. Ruse can be sure that the old Palmerston has absolutely no direct evidence to prove that this matter has anything to do with France. On the one hand, he did not believe that the intelligence network and forensic technology of the British Kingdom in Egypt could help them solve the case quickly. Today, the British intelligence station in Egypt, the embassy to be precise, has long been infiltrated into sand by Marcel Yerrig. As long as Marcel Yerrig wants to, he can even know what the underwear of the British consul in Egypt is what color. If all of this would allow them to seize the case, D. Lewis would consider reporting to the Emperor the abolition of the Egyptian branch of the Foreign Intelligence Service of the National Intelligence Service. Actually, the intelligence bureaus of various countries in the world are at the level of shit, and the management of each department is abnormally chaotic. The top secret letterhead passed out through the Ministry of Foreign Intelligence Affairs is not encrypted at all, and at the same time, it is not good at using the new type of telegram. Compared with these crappy intelligence officers, France, which has the foundation laid down by Foch and Jerome Bonaparte's intelligence thinking across time and space, is like a dimensionality reduction attack on them. On the other hand, the **** who assassinated the previous Egyptian governor, King, has been completely settled by the new Egyptian governor said on the charge of murdering the governor, and the body has been completely cremated. All the clues of the assassination incident have been erased by France. Now, except for the new Egyptian governor said who jumped directly, no one can find France's head. If Said really dared to jump backwards, France would not mind getting rid of him before he jumped backwards in the position of governor of Egypt. What he is unwilling to do, some people are willing to do. Facts as D. Ruse thought. Palmerston could not produce any substantive evidence to prove this. If he had any evidence, he would not be at all like D. Lewis BB, who directly asked D. Lewis to add the Kingdom of Britain to the list of shareholders of the Suez Canal. As far as the current substantive evidence is concerned, the assassination was a hasty action. Palmerston replied to D. Lewis seeing that Palmerston could not find any substantive evidence. D. Lewis continued to say to Palmerston eloquently, so, the Kingdom of Britain cannot prove that the assassination was related to France. We can't confirm whether there is any support behind the assassination. Palmerston nodded. Then Prime Minister Palmerston. D. Ruse's words revealed an aggressive attitude. How do you think this matter must be related to France? Is it just because Governor Said signed the Suez Canal with us? If all this can be done as evidence, then can I assume that the construction of the railway that your country signed with the governor of Egypt also counts as proof of the persecution of Governor Muhammad Ali? It's different. Palmerston defended. According to the logic of the Kingdom of Great Britain, what is the difference between these two things? D. Lewis said sadly and indignantly, if the Kingdom of Great Britain thinks it is a big country, it can oppress France. Then I have nothing to say. Say it. D. Ruse's words made Palmerston feel a little speechless. To oppress France? What a joke. Looking at the whole world, which country dares to say that it is bullying France? Britain is a big country, and it's true that you are attacking everywhere, but what qualifications do you have in France to say that Britain is attacking everywhere? You are also attacking everywhere, and you are also a big country. We respect the rights of the French Empire. Palmerston's cliché preached that France and Britain should restrain each other and jointly maintain the security of Europe and the world, and must not allow a small group of analysts trying to destroy world peace to destroy the good peace. Since Palmerston was doing take I, D. Lewis simply followed him. The whole meeting started with tit for tat and ended with mutual take I. After the meeting, Palmerston was called to Buckingham Palace by Prince Albert again. How was the meeting going? Albert asked Palmerston. While sitting. Palmerston shook his head and replied, I can confirm that the Egypt incident is definitely the work of France, but we can't find any substantive evidence to prove it. And that guy D. Lewis seems to have always wanted to grab the Suez Canal and make a fuss. I have a gossip from the German region here. I wonder if the Prime Minister would like to hear it. Prince Albert asked Palmerston in a casual tone. Of course. Palmerston nodded immediately. He understood that Prince Albert should know something. After all, when the royal family and the royal family communicate with each other, they will tell each other what they think. They cannot speak to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Kingdom of the Netherlands is conducting a secret negotiation with the French Empire, Prince Albert said, while pouring a cup of herbal tea for Palmerston. Thank you very much. Palmerston first thanked Prince Albert, then asked, what did the Kingdom of the Netherlands talk about with France? I don't know much about that. Prince Albert shook his head, and then added, however, I heard it was about the territory. Territory. Palmerston's complexion immediately changed drastically. The first thing he thought of was the Kingdom of Belgium. After all, the Kingdom of Belgium was a country cut from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. It was the Kingdom of the Netherlands, but they always wanted to annex Belgium again. Moreover, the original France was also peeping at the French-speaking territory of the Kingdom of Belgium. If it were not for the Kingdom of Britain, the new Kingdom of Belgium would immediately be divided between the Kingdom of the Netherlands and France. Could it be that the French Empire wanted to start a war against the Kingdom of Belgium? Your Highness, we must not sit idly by. Palmerston, who couldn't sit still, immediately said to Prince Albert, Prime Minister, what do you think we should do? Prince Albert also misunderstood what Palmerston meant. Want a war with France, or condemn France? Palmerston was stunned for a few seconds, and he also realized that the current British kingdom seemed to have no way to take France. A war with France? Don't be kidding. The British and French troops in Crimea on the front line are working together to fight against the Russian Empire. If they start a film with France in the back, what will happen to Crimea? At that time, the Tsar is afraid that he will lose his teeth. In laughing point for now, reading www.urkanshu.com. Britain's allies in Europe are only the French Empire. Perhaps the Kingdom of Prussia also counts as one. Even if Britain wanted to reopen the anti-French alliance, it would not have enough manpower, and given the disgraceful performance of the Russian Empire in Crimea, reopening the anti-French alliance would most likely be a throwaway point to condemn France. That's even more unreliable. Which rogue country is afraid of condemnation that doesn't allow them to directly occupy Belgium? Palmerston blurted out. Prince Albert, who greeted him, gave him a surprised look. Who told you that they were going to occupy Belgium? Then Palmerston responded immediately. Could it be Luxembourg? That's right. Prince Albert smiled and nodded. It's Luxembourg. That won't work either. Palmerston responded to Prince Albert. Your Excellency Prime Minister, what do you think we should do? Prince Albert returned to the question just now. We can put pressure on the Kingdom of the Netherlands to give up this transaction, and at the same time, instigate the German Confederation to oppose it. Palmerston immediately thought of this solution. The Kingdom of the Netherlands is afraid of Britain, so isn't it afraid of France? And how do you know that the German Confederation will definitely oppose it? Maybe they will readily agree. Prince Albert said with a half smile. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 656. Get dang. Albert's answer made Palmerston realize that something might have happened in the German Confederation, and he asked Prince Albert euphemistically if he had heard any rumors. Prince Albert did not answer Palmerston's question directly, but changed the subject with a smile, and asked Palmerston what he thought of the current French Empire. Although Palmerston genuinely hated Jerome Bonaparte, a monarch who made big news around the world, he had to pinch his nose and admit that, in its current form, Britain was indeed inseparable from France. The Crimean Battle Report is enough to illustrate the problem. From the beginning of the Crimean War to the present, the British Kingdom, except for the highlight moment of the Battle of Armagh, has either increased its troops, or is on the way to increase their troops. Take the battle report from Britain yesterday as an example. Frontline reporters in the Kingdom of Britain also sent telegrams to Britain. As soon as possible, the French army annihilated 100,000 Russian troops in World War I. The Times propaganda, Palmerston will be suspicious. And their British Kingdom was almost beaten by 40,000 Russian troops. I'm afraid it will become Russian territory. Under the self-criticism of the newspapers day and night, the entire British kingdom, from the cabinet to the people, fell into a state of distrust among all members. P.S. Let me explain here that, although the Times has been slightly restricted by Jerome Bonaparte during this period, the telegram he sent back to Britain in Sevastopol is still faster than the official newspaper, and the authenticity is also a lot higher. Even the cabinet ministers had to read the battle report. After comparing the statement of the Times, the political joke in Yes, Prime Minister that the Prime Minister learns about politics through TV is indeed not a joke in this period. The less confident you are, the more Britain relies on the French Empire to carry point, hence Palmerston's assessment of the French Empire, our dubious ally. Point afterwards, Albert asked Palmerston again whether he thought the French Empire could last forever. His Royal Highness, since the turmoil in France, the Great Revolution, the people of Paris have lost patience. In just 50 years, they have fallen 3 dynasties. Palmerston euphemistically stated that he did not. It was thought that the French Empire could have avoided this. Actually, Augusta thought so too. Prince Albert responded to Palmerston, "You mean the Queen of France?" Palmerston was stunned for a few seconds, then said to Albert, "That's right." Albert nodded and responded to Palmerston, "Some time ago, she also talked about this in a letter to Victoria. She hopes to be able to stay for her unborn child, a piece of land to stand on. You should know what I mean, Your Highness. You mean that Luxembourg is Queen Augusta's back road?" Palmerston immediately understood what Prince Albert meant. "You can say the same." Prince Albert spread his hands and said, "Paris is like a powder keg that explodes at any time. Anyone sitting on it will be blown to pieces if they are not careful. If Luxembourg is annexed by France, then Queen Augusta will get nothing." Palmerston frowned and asked, "Why do you want to annex?" Albert asked in return, "Isn't it enough to turn Luxembourg into a private territory?" "You mean the Union?" Palmerston hurriedly asked. "It depends on your own understanding." Albert replied to Palmerston, "Augusta told Victoria that she was willing to pay any price to get this land." "I see." Palmerston responded with a wry smile. He understood that de Roos was taking the Suez Canal as the tacit price for Britain. Although Palmerston was a little unhappy with Queen Augusta's calculations, the fact that Luxembourg became a private domain did not touch the fundamental interests of the British kingdom. As long as there is no objection from the early bird, then Palmerston doesn't bother to pursue anything. After all, Britain's most important target right now is the Russian Empire. However, what made Palmerston curious was what the image Prince Albert played in this incident. After learning of de Lewis's true purpose, Palmerston bid farewell to Albert. Prince Albert ordered his servants to send Palmerston out of Buckingham Palace. For the next 2 weeks, with the British and French troops in the Crimea at Sevastopol and Yevpatoria in succession, the Russian Empire's attempt to seize Yevpatoria was thwarted. After the conspiracy, the British and French forces and the Russian Empire were in a state of sit-in battle due to the sudden drop in the temperature of Crimea. During this period, Palmerston and de Lewis conducted 2 more tentative negotiations, and the progress of the negotiations was improved compared with the first time. In late September, Palmerston and de Lewis, who had tested each other's bottom line, began their final negotiations. This time Palmerston talks with de Roos and the Prime Minister's office at 10 Downing Street. As soon as the talks started, Palmerston said straight to the point, "The Kingdom of Britain is willing to support all the actions of the French Empire in the near future." A look of surprise appeared on de Lewis's face. He really did not expect Palmerston to agree so quickly. He hurriedly thanked Palmerston. "Thank you to the Kingdom of Britain for your understanding and support." Subsequently, Palmerston expressed his hope that the French Empire would also continue to support the actions of the British Kingdom in some respects. Although Palmerston did not refer to any aspect, de Roos understood that Palmerston wanted the French Empire to support his plan to dismember the Russian Empire. De Lewis also said that the French Empire and the British Kingdom are a pair of firm allies, and France will definitely support the British Kingdom's plan unswervingly. Then de Lewis told Palmerston that the French Empire was willing to take part of the shares of the Suez Canal. The registered capital of the Suez Canal Company is 200 million francs, and its stock composition is 70% French stock, 140 million francs, the remaining 30% is temporarily held by said 60 million francs, and France transfers 30% of the stock to the Kingdom of Great Britain. It is sold to the Kingdom of Great Britain, and at the same time, is willing to exchange with the Kingdom of Great Britain in the aspect of ironclad ships. Study point. Palmerston, who had long coveted the ironclad technology held by the French Empire, naturally would not miss this opportunity, and he immediately agreed with de Lewis' suggestion. After the negotiation, de Lewis and Palmerston shook hands. De Lewis said with a smile, "I hope France and Britain can continue to cooperate and help each other in the future. I sincerely hope that Your Excellency the Prime Minister will lead the way. Britain is going strong. I also sincerely wish you France to go further and further on the road of maintaining peace." Palmerston also had a smile on his face. After de Lewis left, Palmerston's face became gloomy again. He hurriedly called his secretary and ordered him to call the Earl of Clarendon, the Foreign Secretary, to number 10 Downing Street. Immediately after the Earl of Clarendon arrived at 10 Downing Street, Palmerston said to him, "You will deliver a message to the Kingdom of Prussia around mid-October." Palmerston expects France to do it in mid-October. Say the French Empire wants to annex Luxembourg. Count Clarendon cautiously reminded Palmerston that the French Empire was still their ally, and rashly backstabbing might lead to the two sides becoming enemies. As long as we don't come forward directly, that's fine. Palmerston responded eloquently. He was going to repeat the routine of the Thiers period. Palmerston relied on his superficial promise, and later regretted it, putting France in the spotlight. Even if the Austrian Empire acquiesced to the annexation of the Principality of Luxembourg by the French Empire, because of its resistance to the Russian Empire, the opposition of the Kingdom of Prussia also kept the French Empire busy for a while. Of course, Palmerston didn't expect them to stop the actions of the French Empire when he revealed the news to Germany. He just wanted to find something for France to do. In the end, at Palmerston's strong request, Earl Clarendon had to agree to Palmerston's request. On the other hand, de Roos, who had left Britain, did not return to France directly, but followed the telegraph from Crimea and sailed to Prussia. When de Lewis arrived in the Kingdom of Prussia, he was immediately warmly welcomed by the Kingdom of Prussia. Reading www.urkanchu.com. Prince Regent's son, Friedrich Wilhelm Nikolaus Karel, appeared at the port and shook hands with de Roos. The two sides took a carriage to arrive in Berlin, and the nephew of the Prince Regent told de Roos that his father, William I, needed some time to prepare for the meeting with de Roos, and hoped that de Roos could wait patiently. De Roos nodded and returned to live in the French embassy in Germany. After a one-day stay in the embassy, de Roos received an invitation from William I to go to Charlton Palace. De Roos, dressed in formal attire, had a formal meeting with William I in the hall of Charlton Palace. William I first greeted de Roos, and then condemned the Russian Empire. De Roos pretended to ask if the Kingdom of Prussia was preparing to fight against the Russian Empire. William I had to falter. The Kingdom of Prussia was not ready to fight against the Russian Empire. However, William I still expressed his willingness to stand with Britain and France against the Russian Empire, and their conditions were very simple. As long as France did not take action on the Rhineland, and did not take any measures on the Polish issue, His Royal Highness Regent, please forgive my stupidity. I don't understand which side you and your kingdom are on. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 657, Threat of War. His Royal Highness Regent, please forgive my stupidity. I don't understand which side you and your kingdom are on. De Roos looked at William the Regent with stern eyes, and his tone of voice became aggressive. Bold. The attendant attaché beside William I, Prince Regent William I, reprimanded de Lewis with a stern face. Who allowed you to speak to His Highness in such a tone? Please forgive me for my rash behavior just now. De Roos bowed to King Regent William I, as if he was apologizing for what he said just now. However, it can be seen from de Lewis's rebellious expression now that his so-called apology just now was nothing but a fart. Looking at the undisguised former French foreign minister in front of him, Prince Regent William I's expression also became gloomy. The current de Roos gave him the feeling that he was facing someone he sent to the Frankfurt Parliament. The two of them are just as abominable The regent couldn't help thinking to himself. Although Prince Regent William disliked de Roos's aggressive attitude in his heart, he still had to smile at de Roos, who made de Louis stand behind the French Emperor. The current Kingdom of Prussia is temporarily unable to compete with the French Empire in terms of comprehensive national strength and military strength. Of course, the Kingdom of Prussia is on the side of fairness and justice. William I did not directly say which side he stood on, but responded in a vague manner. Okay. De Louis's tone softened a bit than before, but he still did not change his arrogant tone. Since the Kingdom of Prussia believes that it is on our side, then I would like to ask the Kingdom of Prussia from the start of the war to the present. What have you done to benefit us? We helped France stop Russia's westward advance. William the Regent said righteously. His Royal Highness. De Louis showed a sarcastic expression on his face. If the Russian Empire really wanted to move westward, the legions of the Kingdom of Prussia would have already been placed on the eastern border by you. Now the eastern border of the Kingdom of Prussia is now on the border. You only have 2 troops stationed in the Rhineland area, and you can put 3 troops in the Rhineland area. Are you preventing the Russian Empire from attacking the Kingdom of Belgium from the sea, and then attacking the Rhineland area? At present, the army of the Kingdom of Prussia has a total of 9 armies and 180,000 people. In addition to a guard army stationed in Berlin to protect the safety of Berlin, a total of 5 armies have been arranged in the eastern provinces and the Rhineland, and the remaining 3 the armies were scattered throughout the Kingdom of Prussia in regiments. Of course, the 3 armies deployed by the Kingdom of Prussia in the Rhineland were not intended to deter France. Rather, it was an operation that they had to carry out in order to prepare for possible turmoil in the Rhineland region. After all, in order to escape the fate of being invaded into Berlin by the Austrian Empire a few years ago, the Kingdom of Prussia had to self-abandon martial arts to please the Russian Empire. The price of dissolving the Prussian parliament and implementing the dictatorship of the monarch, regent, was that Berlin and the Rhineland launched revolutions one after another. In order to suppress the revolution, the Kingdom of Prussia armed all the Junkers nobles and carried out suppression and exile in Berlin and the Rhineland. That repression led directly to German nationalists in the Rhineland to see the Kingdom of Prussia and the Empire of Austria as a raccoon dog. In other words, the Kingdom of Prussia in this time and space is weaker in overall national strength than the Kingdom of Prussia in history under the butterfly effect of Jerome Bonaparte. Of course, there are advantages, if there are disadvantages. After kicking off the Prussian bicameral system, the Kingdom of Prussia has truly achieved the army owning the country. Since that repression, the army no longer has to worry about being stuck in the neck by the parliament of the Kingdom of Prussia. In terms of military strength, the Kingdom of Prussia today is slightly stronger than the Kingdom of Prussia at the same time in history. The second category of reserve soldiers has changed from not being able to get shoes and clothes to half being able to lead shoes and clothes. After years of perseverance, William the Regent has far more followers in the Prussian army than his brother, and what soldier doesn't like to give them money for a monarch? The topic went too far. After listening to de Louis's words, William I immediately told de Louis that the reason why the Kingdom of Prussia wanted to put 3 armies in the Rhineland was to prevent the Rhinelanders from rebelling, not to fight against the Rhinelanders. There are opinions in France. De Roos immediately said that he understood the difficulties of the Kingdom of Prussia, but still hoped that the Kingdom of Prussia would exert pressure on the Russian Empire on the Eastern Front. Mr. Louis, you are pushing the Kingdom of Prussia into a fire pit. William I frowned and responded to de Louis, His Royal Highness, we are seeking peace for Europe. De Louis responded with a sincere expression. This Crimean War was originally the French Empire, so that Europe would not fall into the hands of the Russian Empire, and had to an anti-aggression war. Every European country should provide some help within its capacity for this just battle. If every country wants to be like Prussia, how can we protect Europe with peace of mind? My monarch told me, before I set off, that, if the Kingdom of Prussia does not want to be our friend, then be our enemy. France will never let an enemy be by his side. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people present immediately changed greatly. They clearly understood that becoming an enemy of the French Empire meant the beginning of the war. Is the French Empire going to declare war on the Kingdom of Prussia? William I asked de Louis. suppressing the anger in his heart. If, Your Highness, you think that the Kingdom of Prussia cannot become friends with the French Empire, then you can think that I'm declaring war on the Kingdom of Prussia. D. Lewis nodded and threatened William I. William I had a gloomy face. After pondering for a while, he smiled again and emphasized to D. Lewis, the Kingdom of Prussia will never become an enemy of the French Empire. Never. Then please, Your Highness, take some substantive actions. D. Lewis replied to William I with an arrogant gesture. Can you let me think about it? William I unconsciously showed a disgusted expression on his face, and he hated the guy who didn't know how to advance or retreat even more. Of course. D. Lewis bowed to the Regent William, and then kindly reminded, forgot to mention, recently, the French Empire will hold an event codenamed in Metz, Winter Thunder military exercise. I hope the Kingdom of Prussia can understand. After speaking, D. Roos bowed to William I again and left. Looking at the back of D. Lewis leaving, King Regent William I gritted his teeth and said, I wish I could tear him to pieces. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. Yes, Your Highness. The attendant attaches who had originally scolded D. Lewis are now dissuading William I from acting impatiently. They were afraid that the regent in front of him would just physically disappear D. Lewis on a whim. In this case, the French Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia really have to face an endless endpoint once the French Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia go to war alone. The German Confederation will not be a help to the Kingdom of Prussia at all, but will become an obstacle point as far as the group of squatters in South Germany and Central Germany, here, are mainly Württemberg, Bavaria, Saxony, in addition to Württemberg because of relatives. The purpose of Bavaria is to eat the three families of Puerto Rico, Austria, and France. Saxony is the enemy of losing land with France. The enthusiasm for running to Paris every day is almost in time with the time of King Louis the Great, Louis XIV, and after the current Austrian Empire received a large sum of money from the French Empire, their integrity is also up for debate. Don't look at the German law of war that stipulates that any German country is invaded and other German kings must help the factory. In fact, the law is dead and people are alive. There are many ways to bypass the laws of war. Are the German princes really willing to fight with the French Empire to protect the Kingdom of Prussia? This is probably difficult. As for the Kingdom of Hanover, it is estimated that it is difficult to help the Kingdom of Prussia because the godfather behind the Kingdom of Hanover is the Kingdom of Great Britain. Although the godfather of the Kingdom of Great Britain has always wanted to get rid of Hanover, it does not mean that they will not care about Hanover. Britain still needs France now. If the French Empire was determined to fight, the Kingdom of Prussia would be surrounded by 2 or 5 boys, or bastards. With this group of worms, how could it be possible for Germany to do well? I haven't fainted yet. William I breathed heavily, calmed down a little, and said to the surrounding attaches, call Prime Minister Mandoffel, Minister on, and MOK over here. Yes. The attendant attaché who received the order immediately responded to William I, then turned and left. Hey. William I sighed to himself, raised his head, and looked at the portraits of successive kings hanging on the wall. About half an hour later, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Prussia, Mandoffel, the Minister of War, Ron, and the Chief of the General Staff, Malky, appeared in the hall. You reading www.urkanshu.com. You are here. Looking at the pillars of the 3 kingdoms in front of him, a happy smile appeared on William I's face. The 3 hurriedly bowed to William I, who first went to ask Ron how the Prussian army was doing. Ron told William I that the Prussian army, under the leadership of Major General Malky, completely wiped out the initial humiliation and gradually became stronger. Major General Mooch, if there is a war between Prussia and France, how sure are you to win? William I asked Old Mooch with earnest eyes. Your Majesty, I will do my best. Old Maoki responded loudly. Okay, I get it. William I instantly understood the subtext of Old Mooch, and the current Kingdom of Prussia is not at all an opponent of the French Empire. Your Majesty, what happened? Mandoffel asked William I in a panic. He didn't understand why William I wanted to fight the French Empire. William I was silent, and the attendant military attaché standing by the side told them exactly what happened in the hall just now. There is a saying that the master humiliates his ministers to death. After hearing that their Lord William I was insulted by D. Lewis, the three people showed varying degrees of anger on their faces. However, anger is anger, and the three of them were not swept away by anger, and they still analyze the situation calmly. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 658. Occupy Luxembourg. Your Highness, can you retell the situation at that time? Prime Minister Mandolfo respectfully said to William I. Of course. William I once again repeated the conversation he had just had with D. Lewis. After thinking for a long time, Mandolfo lowered his head, then raised his head, and William I said word by word, Your Highness, I feel that the purpose of the French Empire does not seem to want the Kingdom of Prussia to be an enemy of the Russian Empire. We are pushing to the side of the Russian Empire. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of William I, Old Mooch, and Ron changed drastically. If this is the case, then the situation of the Kingdom of Prussia is in danger. What is the purpose of doing this? William I's words revealed a burst of anger. He really couldn't understand why the French Empire targeted the Kingdom of Prussia so. We have never offended them. Why did they insist on killing us? Do they really want to see the Austrian Empire dominate? Ron and Old Mooch also showed puzzled expressions on their faces, and they also did not understand the French Empire's strategy for Germany. Even from the perspective of German balance, the French Empire should support the Second German Kingdom of Prussia and balance the German leader Austrian Empire. Fortunately, the relationship between the French Empire and the Austrian Empire has not become estranged because of Napoleon's coming to power, but has become closer. Sometimes, William I wanted to pick up the loudspeaker and ask the French Emperor whether he understood geopolitics and German equilibrium. The relationship between the French Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia, on the other hand, is more estranged than it was during the 2 generations of the Bourbon dynasty. Since Napoleon III came to power, the French Empire has threatened the Kingdom of Prussia many times. William I didn't understand that their Kingdom of Prussia was so unwelcoming. Prime Minister Mandolfo also smiled bitterly, telling William I that he did not know why Jerome Bonaparte would rather try his best to win over the Austrian Empire rather than befriend the Kingdom of Prussia. William I and the 3 ministers present did not know that the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte, who had always been hostile to the Kingdom of Prussia, was a traveler. The reason why he was so hostile was that the Kingdom of Prussia was the only one with a country with the potential to unify Germany. Even if Jerome Bonaparte knew, now he should show some kindness to the Kingdom of Prussia, and then indulge the ambition of the Kingdom of Prussia. A slap in the face to Prussia is the best result. However, Jerome Bonaparte could not restrain his inner desire to destroy the Kingdom of Prussia now, and every time he made a move, he hoped that the Kingdom of Prussia would be on the opposite side. Because only if the Kingdom of Prussia stood on the side of the opposition could Jerome Bonaparte be able to pull the radish with mud and completely eradicate the Kingdom of Prussia. Then what should we do now? William I asked Mandolfo in a slightly depressed tone. Do we really have to offend a country? The geographical location of the Kingdom of Prussia was originally the land of 4 wars, and now Prussia is not a particularly powerful country, which makes them not dare to offend any powerful country rashly. Whether it is against the Russian Empire or against the French Empire, Prussia's diplomacy will go. His Royal Highness. Mandolfo hesitated for a moment, then said politely, Archduke Frederick is 23 years old, and it's time to get married, William. I looked at Mandolfo in astonishment. He didn't understand what Mandolfo meant. My Prime Minister, we are not discussing what to do now. How come you got married? But Crown Prince Frederick has indeed reached the age of marriage, Mandolfo emphasized once again. Ron's eyes lit up beside William I, and he immediately said to Mandolfo, Your Excellency, Prime Minister, I understand. Do you mean to let us use the power of the Kingdom of Great Britain? Yes. Mandolfo the Riddler nodded, and said to William I, His Royal Highness, I thought that His Royal Highness should choose a British wife. Marriage with Britain? William I showed a hesitant expression. I heard that liberalism prevails in Britain. We'll marry with them, Ron and Old Mooch also showed a trace of resistance on their faces. Back then, they used bayonets to kill the damned liberals and maintained the purity of the Kingdom of Prussia. Junker ruled the country. Now, the Kingdom of Prussia is going to welcome back a liberal Grand Princess, which is really embarrassing. His Royal Highness, Please don't worry about this. Mandeville confidently said to William I, every member of the royal family will put the interests of the royal family above their own interests. A princess educated by Queen Victoria must not be so short-sighted. But, my wife. William I was worried about his wife again. You know, his wife is a stubborn, and he is a little afraid that his wife will not agree. His Royal Highness, please tell the princess the difficulties that the Kingdom of Prussia is facing now. I believe that the princess will understand your choice. Mandeville once again comforted William I. Hey. William I sighed. As of now, this is the only way. After Mandeville and others left, William I was chatting with his wife and talked about wanting his son, Duke Frederick, to propose to the Kingdom of Britain. The princess showed complete resistance and finally had to agree to William I's request. For the next few days, de Roos never bothered William I again. He seemed to have forgotten what he said before. However, the information from the Rhineland region warned Prussia all the time, and de Roos's words remained unchanged. Nearly 100,000 French troops had been gathered in the Alsace-Lorraine region to participate in the military exercise. What's worse, the center of the military exercise command was chosen to be in the Metz area, which means that the French command the ministry is only 60 kilometers away from Saarbrücken, the nearest city in the Rhineland. It only takes a few days for the French Empire to enter the Rhineland. The three armies of the Kingdom of Prussia in the Rhineland are in high tension state, for fear that an impulse from the French side will directly enter the Rhineland to open the film. European countries that had turned their attention to the Crimea Peninsula once again turned their attention to the Franco-Prussian border. On the other hand, William I is also stepping up its contact with the Kingdom of Great Britain. However, the British Kingdom still needs France to solve the problem of the Crimea Peninsula, so it does not have too much enthusiasm for the Kingdom of Prussia. Of course, Palmerston, who was far away in London, also knew what the real purpose of the French Empire was, and he knew that his plan had failed. Under the threat of more than 100,000 French soldiers, the choice of the Kingdom of Prussia can be imagined. So, he had no choice but to stop the previous strategy that made Clarendon fan the flames, and instead told William I that the operation of the French Empire in the Strasbourg area would soon end, and William I did not need to be so nervous. William I, who was guaranteed by the Kingdom of Great Britain, finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the middle of October, King Willem III of the Netherlands went to Württemberg to visit the King of Württemberg Point at the same time. French Foreign Minister Walewski also appeared in the territory of the Kingdom of Württemberg in a low-key manner, witnessed by the King of Württemberg. The Kingdom of the Netherlands and the French Empire formally signed a territorial transfer agreement. The Bonaparte family spent 30 million. Walewski bargained and pressed the price at 30 million francs, including the reason why King Willem III of the Netherlands was eager to sell. From the Dutch Kingdom, Bonaparte himself holds the title of Grand Duke of Luxembourg. After the purchase, Walewski immediately passed the news to the Strasbourg commander, Vaillant, who was stationed in Metz. Vaillant also acted quickly and ordered his 2 divisions to rush to Luxembourg as soon as possible. Grand Duchy, UU reading www.okanshu.com. Disarming the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. After the rushing troops came to the border area between Luxembourg and France by train, they brazenly invaded the territory of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg Point. At this time, the residents of Luxembourg did not know that they had been betrayed by their king. Point before the Dutch garrison stationed in Luxembourg could react, it was disarmed by the sudden arrival of the French army. Point the fortress and various strongholds were completely occupied by the troops of the 2 divisions, and the cabinet meeting that was being held was also dissolved by the big boss, just like they did with the National Assembly. Immediately afterwards, the 2 divisions announced in Luxembourg the order that the Grand Duke of Luxembourg should be appointed by Jerome Bonaparte, so the entire city defense of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg would be taken over by the French Empire. Point when the residents of Luxembourg heard that their own King William III had become the Emperor of the French Empire, they didn't know what to say for a while. Point however, The following second and third decrees made the residents of the entire Grand Duchy of Luxembourg cheer, because the new Grand Duke of Luxembourg will implement the universal suffrage system in the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. In the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, all residents over the age of 18 can participate in universal suffrage, and all residents over the age of 30 have the right to be elected. Moreover, the French Empire will also allocate 50 million francs to the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg to build Luxembourg's characteristic tourism and financial industries. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 659. Angry William I. Long live His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte. Long live France. Long live the Grand Duke Jerome Bonaparte. Long live France. 4. The citizens of Luxembourg, who have long been accustomed to hardships, happiness has come too suddenly. You must know that the Kingdom of Luxembourg during this period has not yet become a well-known financial harbor in later generations. The people of Luxembourg in this period not only had to bear the debts of the Kingdom of the Netherlands that did not belong to them, but also became the military front line for the German Confederation to resist the French invasion. Not to mention the government-led purchase of American railroad bonds some time ago. Because of the economic problems in the United States, mainly California gold mines were shipped to their respective countries in large quantities by two shameful robbers, and the price of gold continued to fall. Some sections of the railway collapsed, causing the Luxembourg government's assets to shrink completely. The living standards of the Luxembourgers who live here are not comparable to those of the hedonistic Parisians, even in some of the poorer provinces of central France. The long-term military and economic oppression has made life miserable for every Luxembourg resident, and now the Uncle France next door is waving the banknotes in his hand to protect them. How can they not agree? If you want to personify the country, the current state of Luxembourg is a certain Chu teacher who goes by the pseudonym Lubu. Before hearing that the French Empire wanted to benefit, Luxembourgers must have backbone. After hearing the favor of the French Empire, Luxembourg has not met his father for a long time. If the Duke, French Empire, does not abandon him, he will be his adoptive father, a certain French Emperor. My son, please get up. Now that I have Luxembourg, it is like a fish in water. After resolving the national sentiment in Luxembourg, the two divisions stationed in Luxembourg quickly divided their forces and occupied the remaining two provincial capitals of Luxembourg, de Cuisy and Gracie-Mac Point. When the Dutch army stationed in the provincial capital saw the ferocious French Empire, they immediately raised their hands and surrendered, knowing that they were no match for France. After the French Empire entered the two provincial capitals, it also read out the French Empire's HUI strategy. The two provincial capitals also knelt down as unscrupulously as the capital, Luxembourg. It took less than a day for the French Empire to step into the territory of Luxembourg until it settled in the three cities. That night, Wayne in Metz received the war that two divisions had completely controlled the Kingdom of Luxembourg, and he immediately sent a telegram to Paris. The Paris direction also praised General Vaillant for this action in the name of the French Empire. Queen Augusta and the French Deputy Chief of General Staff kneeled the first time and asked Vaillant to continue to increase troops in the direction of Luxembourg, ready for war with the Kingdom of Prussia. General Wayne, who received the order, once again sent a division to Luxembourg, and at the same time, involved a corps-level command in Luxembourg, to deal with the possible jumping off the wall in the Kingdom of Prussia. At this time, whether it was William III who was still in the Kingdom of Württemberg, or the Kingdom of Prussia next door to the Kingdom of Luxembourg, it was still unclear that Luxembourg had been occupied. Even the day after the occupation of Luxembourg, William III asked Walewski, when is the French Empire going to take over the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg from the Kingdom of the Netherlands? And he wants the Kingdom of the Netherlands to cooperate. Your Majesty, our army has occupied the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. Walewski responded to William III with a smile. Oh, occupy, right? William I said casually at first, then looked surprised, and responded, what? You said that you have occupied the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg? That's right. Walewski nodded. When did it happen? William III asked Walewski point. While giving the weigh-in telegram from Metz to William III, Walewski explained to William III, just after signing the agreement with you yesterday, I have already issued the order to General Weigh-in from Metz. Order to march into Luxembourg. However, I'm sorry that one of your brigade and 2 regiments in Luxembourg is already under our control. No casualties. William III hurriedly asked. Walewski then shook his head and responded to William III, no casualties were caused. That's good. That's good. William III was relieved immediately after hearing this, and then asked Walewski to return all the soldiers they had detained to the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Walewski said he would definitely make it happen as soon as possible. However, the next meeting of the German Confederation may have to trouble the Kingdom of the Netherlands. That's fine. William III assured Walewski. That's right. His Majesty William III, I remember that the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is also a member of the German Confederation. Walewski suddenly thought of something, and he asked William III with a smirk. Of course. William III responded without hesitation. After a while, William III's eyes widened. He didn't know whether it was fear or excitement and said to Walewski, "III, are you ready to?" "It's not me." Walewski shook his head and responded to William III, "Mr. de Roos will be appointed by His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte as the Principality of Luxembourg's representative in the Frankfurt Parliament and can currently serve as the French representative. Ambassador to Austria, you are really." William III didn't know what to say. He guessed that the face of the Kingdom of Prussia must be very exciting at this time. However, what does this have to do with him? Anyway, he has left everything in the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg to the French Empire. Now it is the Kingdom of Prussia who is facing the French soldier peak. On the 3rd day after the occupation of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, it is located in Berlin, the capital of the Kingdom of Prussia. A telegram from the Paris area broke de Roos's peaceful life in the Berlin area. The content of the telegram was, "The home has been arranged, and you can return." After reading the telegram, de Roos had a smile on his lips. He understood that his intimidation operation in the Kingdom of Prussia was over. Presumably the current French Empire has completely occupied the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. De Roos hurriedly ordered the embassy to help him prepare a carriage. He was going to the Berlin Palace to bid farewell to His Majesty the Regent William I. The embassy acted immediately and soon prepared a carriage for de Roos. De Roos took the carriage from the embassy to the Berlin Palace unimpeded. Entering the palace, de Roos immediately found the head of the palace and informed him of his request to meet the Regent William I. The head of the palace first took de Roos to a room and then asked de Roos for a moment. The Prince Regent is currently in a meeting, and it is estimated that he will be able to meet with de Roos soon. De Roos nodded and sat quietly in a chair, waiting for the arrival of King William I, the Regent. After about half an hour, the door of the room opened, and the figure of William I appeared. "Your Highness." De Roos hurriedly got up and saluted William I. "Mr. Roos, do you have anything to do with me?" William I asked de Roos sullenly. "Your Highness, I'm here to bid you farewell this time." De Roos replied to William I. "Goodbye." William I said with a sneer on his face, "Aren't you afraid that the Kingdom of Prussia will join the Russian Empire?" It seems that he already knows. De Roos immediately understood that the news that the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg was occupied by the French Empire should have been known to William I. Otherwise, how dare Wilhelm I dare to say such obvious and arrogant words as Prussia joins the Russian Empire? The French Empire believes that the Kingdom of Prussia will definitely stand on the side of fairness and justice. De Roos, who had been yelling at the Kingdom of Prussia before, has now changed his face. "However, we don't believe in ourselves." William I continued to respond in a strange way. "And Your Excellency de Roos, I have a question for you. Please, speak." De Roos responded to William I. "You said that a country that occupies other countries' land can be considered justice." William I, who was dazed, obviously forgot the fact that he also occupied Poland's land. "It depends on the circumstances of the occupation." De Roos showed a sly smile and replied unhurriedly, "If it is occupied with the consent of all countries, then it will be called it's not an occupation. Just like your country's occupation of Polish land. Does the Kingdom of Prussia think that its actions are not just actions and want to return all the land to the Poles?" William I's expression froze. He forgot that his family's foundation was also not very clean. When Poland was first divided, there were only 3 families: Russia, Austria, and Prussia. Then, what reason does the French Empire have to invade the territory of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg? William I asked D. Louis angrily. Invasion? De Roos's face showed a look of surprise, and he loudly shouted, "Dear Your Highness William, when did our French Empire invade the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg? Then, what happened to your country's army in Luxembourg?" William I asked in a bad tone, "Are you going to tell me that they got lost during a military exercise, strayed into the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, and then confusedly disarmed the army stationed in Luxembourg as an enemy? If this is the case, then ask the French Empire to leave the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg immediately." Of course not. De Louis flatly denied it, and then explained, "The reason why the French Empire entered the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is because our Emperor Jerome Bonaparte already owns it. Now the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is the Emperor Your Majesty's territory. Our army is stationed in Your Majesty's territory is also a matter of course." https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 660. Who in the court dares to sue this official? De Roos's explanation not only did not make William I's anger lessened, but instead became more and more prosperous. The Kingdom of Prussia was on guard against all odds, for fear that the French Empire would step into the German territory, but it still did not prevent the French Empire from stealing its home point. Although the territory of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is only the size of a free city in the German region, it is one of the important military fortresses in the German region, to prevent the invasion of France. The loss of Luxembourg makes the Kingdom of Prussia and the French Empire border each other larger. Prussia. The military pressure that the kingdom needs to bear is also more serious than before. Point of course, the military pressure faced by Prussia is not the worst thing. The worst point is that from the beginning of the French Empire and the Kingdom of the Netherlands to try to trade, the Kingdom of Prussia has not received any news. As long as the Kingdom of Prussia receives a little bit of wind, this transaction will not happen at all. The Kingdom of Prussia will do its best to prevent the French Empire from acquiring the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, even if it assumes a posture of fighting at all costs. It is undoubtedly the most intriguing point, that the Kingdom of Prussia has not received any news from the beginning to the end. Either the French Empire has done a good job of keeping secrets, or the British and German princes know the transaction in their hearts, but they have tacitly agreed to this transaction. If it is the former, the Kingdom of Prussia still has a chance to make amends. If it is the latter, then the situation is bad, which means that the Kingdom of Prussia has been abandoned by Britain and Austria. In that case, the Kingdom of Prussia would not have a friend in Europe at all. Unless the Kingdom of Prussia wanted to be with the Russian Empire, then the French Empire would have a reason to clean up the Kingdom of Prussia. Thinking of this, William I couldn't help showing a trace of fear in his heart. He would rather lead the army to kill with real swords and guns and go to an isolated and helpless situation. The last isolation was during the time of Frederick the Great. Had it not been for the sudden withdrawal of troops by Peter III, the Kingdom of Prussia would have been eradicated by the French, Austrian and Russian families. However, even though William I had some fear in his heart, he still had a tough attitude on his face. The Kingdom of the Netherlands does not have the right to transfer the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg alone, and I believe that the German Confederation will not approve. His Royal Highness William, it seems that the transfer of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg by the Kingdom of the Netherlands does not require the consent of the Kingdom of Prussia. Besides, when your Kingdom of Prussia merged the Duchy of Sigmar and Ringen, it did not seek the consent of the German Confederation. Why? If you want France, you must seek the approval of the German Confederation. De Louis raised his head and resumed his previous arrogance. The Duchies of Sigmar and Lingen, that De Roos mentioned, belong to the 2 branches of the Hohenzollern family. Their territories are all within the German Confederation, and their combined territory is not as good as that of Luxembourg. Both principalities were killed in the Revolution of 1848. Although he was fortunate to have the help of Prussian soldiers to restore the country later, the princes of the 2 duchies were unwilling to continue to rule this pocket country. As a result, Frederick, who was the King of Prussia at the time, purchased the territory of the 2 duchies out of his own pocket, and the territory of Prussia was slightly expanded in 1848. PS. In the OTL world line, the heir to the Principality of Sigma was invited to serve as the king of the Kingdom of Romania after the Kingdom of Romania was established. The heir to the Principality of Lingen also received an invitation from Spain to serve as the king of Spain. However, the Principality of Lingen was not as lucky as the Principality of Sigma. They were strongly resisted by Napoleon III as soon as they were invited by Spain. In order to appease the many heirs of the Principality of Lingen, at the request of William I, he declared that he would never serve as the King of Spain. Hearing de Lewis's rebuttal, William I refuted that the Duchy of Lingen and the Duchy of Sigma were the territories of the Hohenzollern family. If only the territories ruled by the natives can be combined, then the whole world will be in chaos. De Lewis refuted again. In the end, this is just a lame excuse for you. If the French Empire is not willing to give up Luxembourg, then the Kingdom of Prussia does not rule out the use of force to solve the problem. William I threatened de Lewis with war. If the Kingdom of Prussia wants to use force to solve the problem, then France doesn't mind to accompany it to the end. De Lewis also said ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* French Empire will defend its defense. The determination of territorial sovereignty. After speaking, de Roos bowed to William I again. Mr. de Lewis, if that's all you want to say, then please leave here immediately. William I said to de Lewis bluntly, Your Highness, I finished speaking. Whether France and Prussia are at war or not is up to you. De Lewis turned and left. Bastard. William I said viciously, and then added loudly, he and his monarch are complete bastards. As the negotiations between the Kingdom of Prussia and the French Empire approached a breakdown, the Kingdom of Prussia began to continue to increase its troops to the Rhineland. Except for the Guards and the 2 armies on the Eastern Front, the remaining 5 armies were all gathered on the Western Front. Not only that, the Kingdom of Prussia was also mobilized by their Chief of Staff, Malky, and nearly 40% of the first-class reserves were incorporated into the army. Calculated, the total strength of the Prussian Kingdom's army on the Eastern Front is about 150,000, which is somewhat unsatisfactory in terms of combat effectiveness. The French Empire also mobilized about 150,000 people in Luxembourg and the Arleux area. These are all active troops of the French Empire, and their combat effectiveness is far greater than that of the Kingdom of Prussia. Just as the Kingdom of Prussia and the French Empire were at war with each other, the nominal leader of the German Confederation, the Austrian Empire, also had the foreign minister Count Bauer, who received French gold coins, also made a voice. He called on Prussia and France to solve the problem within the framework of peace, and not to fight and kill at every turn, which is not good for the entire European continent. The seemingly reasonable statement of the Austrian Empire made the Kingdom of Prussia even more annoyed. In William I's view, maintaining the integrity of the German Confederation is not the responsibility of the Austrian Empire, the big brother. However, now the Austrian Empire calls on Prussia and France to solve the problem within the framework of peace. Isn't it a blatant bias? So, at the strong request of William I, the Kingdom of Prussia carried out a frenzied bombing of the Austrian Empire. This also shows how valuable the diplomacy of the Kingdom of Prussia is. Without Bismarck, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Prussia declared in public that if the Austrian Empire really stood on the side of the Kingdom of Prussia, it should join the Kingdom of Prussia in sanctioning the French Empire, instead of acting as a French responder as it is now. The words of Prussia successfully annoyed Count Bauer. He immediately told the Kingdom of Prussia whether the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg should belong to the rule of Jerome Bonaparte. It should be decided by Luxembourg and the German Confederation. Instead, the Kingdom of Prussia should replace the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg as the master. This behavior of the Kingdom of Prussia is an attempt to put itself above the German Confederation. As soon as Austria's purchase letter came out, the kingdoms of Bavaria, Württemberg, and Saxony, which had already been bought by France, immediately criticized the Kingdom of Prussia. The Kingdom of the Netherlands as the seller also criticized the Kingdom of Prussia in the name of the Duchy of Limburg, a member of the German Confederation, at the request of their monarch Wilhelm II. When the Kingdom of Prussia and the Austrian Empire were torn apart, the French Empire also declared that they respected the opinions of the Luxembourgers and were willing to listen to their voices. Thus, the first referendum in the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg officially began. The content of the referendum is, who are you willing to choose to be your ruler? A. William III. B. Jerome Bonaparte. Point in this case of choosing one or the other, there are far more people who choose Jerome Bonaparte than William III. Point after all, one has a strategy of ripping off Luxembourg, and the other has a strategy of benefiting Luxembourg. You reading www.urkanshu.com. Which one to choose is clear at a glance. Point in the end, the residents of the Grand Duchy of Lucerne ended the vote with 90% approval. Point when the voting results were announced, the German public opinion that had been provoked by the Kingdom of Prussia was instantly extinguished, and the German elites who claimed to be democratic had to admit that this was the choice of the Luxembourg people. Interlude. Jerome Bonaparte, who learned the result of the referendum in the Crimea, explained to his nephew Jerome Patterson, the seemingly democratic referendum is actually nothing more than getting you in the watermelon with a choice between apple and apple. Voters have no right to choose at all. Subsequently, William I asked Bismarck, who was stationed in the Frankfurt Parliament as a representative of the Kingdom of Prussia, to raise the public prosecution to the French Parliament, asking the German Confederation to deny that William III of the Kingdom of the Netherlands had the right to transfer Luxembourg at will. Point. Although Bismarck knew that this proposal of William I would definitely be rejected by Frankfurt, Bismarck, who still had a little German nationalism in his heart, still submitted this proposal to the German Confederation. Point. Just before the proposal was brought to the German Confederation Parliament for discussion, Prince Metternich, who represented the German Confederation President Franz Joseph, presided over the German Confederation Parliament, told the representatives of the German Confederation that the German Confederation would welcome a new person. It's over. Bismarck, with a keen political sense, immediately realized that the proposal was over. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661, Humiliated Prussia. As soon as the new representatives stepped into the German Confederation, they immediately attracted a heated discussion among the representatives of the Frankfurt Confederation. Prince turned. His eyes seemed to be asking Prince Metternich, is it really polite to do so? Facing the questioning gazes of the members of the German Confederation, Prince Metternich simply chose to ignore it, and he introduced the new members to the representatives of the Confederate Congress on his own. Everyone must have fought with Mr. de Lewis more or less. I won't go into too much detail here. However, Mr. de Roos is now the representative of the Principality of Luxembourg to the German Confederation, so let's welcome the arrival of the representative of de Roos. After speaking, Prince Metternich immediately applauded de Roos, and the representatives of the German Confederation, including Bismarck, applauded for the arrival of de Roos, whether they wanted to or not. Point. After the thunderous applause continued for a long time, de Roos, the representative of the Principality of Luxembourg, said solemnly, I'm honored to be appointed by the Grand Duke of Luxembourg, Jerome Bonaparte. Has been entrusted with the important task of serving as the representative of Luxembourg to the German Confederation. I hope that in the next period of time, we can have a principle of friendship and mutual assistance in the German Confederation. The German Confederation will contribute its own strength. As soon as de Lewis's voice fell, the German Confederation once again burst into warm applause. Representative de Lewis, where is your seat? Prince Metternich on the podium pointed to the vacant seat on the far left in the second row below the stage. Thank you very much. De Roos responded to Prince Metternich in German skillfully, and then walked straight to the seat belonging to the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. De Roos, who had just sat down, immediately received a cordial greeting from the representative of the Kingdom of Württemberg beside him. Gratefully glanced at Prince Metternich on the rostrum. Prince Metternich, who had properly settled de Lewis, tapped the wooden hammer 3 times, and then solemnly announced the official start of the German Confederation Parliament. Subsequently, Prince Metternich asked the representatives of the states to speak on behalf of their states, in turn according to the proposal submitted to the Confederacy. When the proposal came to the Kingdom of Prussia, Prince Metternich raised his voice and said to Bismarck, "Then the King of Prussia has asked them to deny that the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg has been transferred to another country without the consent of the German Confederation." Proposal for additional explanation. As soon as Prince Metternich finished speaking, most of the delegates looked at Bismarck with schadenfreude. They were curious about what the guy who once left arrogant remarks at the Frankfurt Parliament wanted to do. Facing the malicious gazes of many delegates, Bismarck walked unswervingly to the podium under the rostrum. Prince Metternich on the rostrum cleared his throat and solemnly said to Bismarck, "Representative Bismarck, you can now express your views." "Thank you very much. Mr. Metternich gave me such an opportunity to make a voice belonging to Germany on this sacred stage." Bismarck first spoke in a calm tone about the glory of the Holy Roman Empire, and then about the establishment of the German Confederation history. Afterwards, Bismarck told the delegates and onlookers in a passionate tone that the German Confederation is the German people's own institution, and some countries that are not German should not let some non-German countries steal their positions. "That's all I want to say." Bismarck bowed to everyone present and left. After Bismarck returned to his seat, Prince Metternich spoke again on the rostrum and said that, since it was the Kingdom of Prussia who questioned the representative of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, it was obviously out of place for only the Kingdom of Prussia to speak, and the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg should also come to the stage to speak. Representative Louis, what do you think? Prince Metternich asked. Louis de Roos nodded, then got up and walked to the rostrum to speak. Compared with Bismarck's deadly grasp of the view that the German Confederation is the confederation of the Germans, de Louis questioned whether the Kingdom of Bohemia was all Germans, and also used the part of the territory of the Kingdom of Prussia in the east that once it is the territory of the Poles, and why is it now a member of the German Confederation? And questioned Bismarck if the representative of Bismarck thinks that neither of these two exceptions shows that your view is wrong, then I would like to ask whether the Duchy of Limburg is a member of the German Confederation. If the Duchy of Limburg is a member of the German Confederation, then whether the Kingdom of the Netherlands is a member of the German Confederation. It can be considered a country that steals Germany's position. De Louis asked Bismarck loudly. The representative of Bismarck had to stand up and argue that the Kingdom of the Netherlands is also Germanic, so they are all Germanic countries in a conventional sense. De Louis immediately said that Alsace-Lorraine is also a region composed of Germanic people, whether they can join the German Confederation. Venice and the Lombard Kingdom are also established countries by Germanic descendants, should they join the German Confederation? De Roos's successive inquiries made Bismarck somewhat unable to resist. In all fairness, Bismarck prefers straightforward remarks to nonsense arguments. Afterwards, de Roos told the members of the German Confederation present that whether the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is willing to be ruled by Jerome Bonaparte should follow the opinions of all the Luxembourgers. Some time ago, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg expressed through a referendum that they are willing to accept Jerome Bonaparte as the Grand Duke of Luxembourg. When the Kingdom of Prussia raised this issue in the German Confederation, it was undoubtedly provoking a war between the German Confederation and the French Empire. Once the war started, it was the Germans and the French who suffered. Therefore, de Roos himself hoped that the representatives of the German Confederation would consider it carefully. Each of their objections represented the approach of war. De Roos's naked threat successfully frightened the North German vassal states and free cities that were originally inclined towards the Kingdom of Prussia. After de Louis returned to his seat, Prince Metternich tapped the wooden hammer in his hand again and said, "The voting begins now. Bavaria, Württemberg, Saxony, Baden, the Duchy of Limburg, Hesse, etc. quickly voted against it. The Kingdom of Prussia and some free cities voted in favor, and the Kingdom of Hanover and the Empire of Austria, one of them was instructed by the Kingdom of Britain, participated in the struggle between the Kingdom of Prussia and the French Empire, so he abstained from voting. One was the elder brother of the German Confederation, so he could not show too much preference for the French Empire, so he also abstained from voting. The final result ended with a majority of negative votes. The Kingdom of Prussia tried to use the plan of the German Confederation to challenge the French Empire and the common reaction of the reactionary forces inside, the second and fifth children of the German Confederation, and outside, Britain and Austria tacitly occupied the fact, failed to apply. After the news of the failure of the Frankfurt parliamentary proposal reached the Kingdom of Prussia, William I, the regent, deeply realized what it means to be a weak country without diplomacy. Under the persuasion of Mandolf and Ron, William I had to change the 5 armies stationed in the Rhineland to the previous 3, and the first category of reserves also stopped mobilizing. And France also lifted the mobilization state after seeing the Prussian kingdom gradually reducing the Rhineland's troops. Except for one army stationed in the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, the rest of the troops were all stationed at the regimental level and dispersed. A tense military confrontation ended with the retreat of the Kingdom of Prussia. Immediately afterwards, Paris also announced the lifting of the wartime martial law. That night, fireworks were endless in the sky over Paris, and people took to the streets to celebrate the victory of the French Empire once again. And this victory is more exciting than the previous ones. The annexation of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg makes people more believe that the empire will be victorious under the leadership of Jerome Bonaparte. And the Sardinian ambassador, who lives in Paris, also found that Parisians were somewhat enthusiastic about annexing territories. From the operation of France and Britain in the colonies, it can be seen that they would rather lose money and insist on appointing French people as colonial officials. France does not see the colony as a one vote and go business, but really wants to turn it into a colony. French territory. It can be said that the French people's enthusiasm for annexing territories is no less than that of Ceres, but later due to policy issues, France had to withdraw from Vietnam and Algeria in tears. If France has a unique geographical advantage like Ceres, there is no doubt that they will also do something similar to the Maotai. It is a pity that it was already in the 19th century that France created a centralization of power. It is actually a very difficult thing to annex land during the prosperous period of nationalism. Therefore, the Sardinian ambassador suggested to Cavour that the best way to win the favor of France and let France help them expel Austrian rule in northern Italy is to give them land. The Sardinian ambassador heard that the French Empire is now very popular in the French Empire. The natural territory of the Prime Minister of Richelieu, Jérôme Bonaparte, contributed to the fire. So Savoy and Nice can be used as bait to lure France into Austrian Empire. If 2 pieces of land can be exchanged for the unification of the entire Apennine Peninsula, then he, the Sardinian ambassador, thinks this is a surefire deal. Cavour, who received the telegram from the Sardinian ambassador, was deeply relieved. He never thought that anyone would agree with him. So he sent another telegram to the Sardinian ambassador. In the telegram, Cavour applauded the Sardinian ambassador's strategy and revealed to the Sardinian ambassador that he was moving towards this goal, hoping that the 2 of them would work together to create an Italian kingdom in their lifetime. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 662. All parties are moving. For the Sardinian ambassador, Prime Minister Cavour's callback was both an encouragement and a hint. Sure enough, a few days after Prime Minister Cavour's telegram was sent, the Sardinian ambassador received a gift from Turin and a personal letter from Prime Minister Cavour. There are many kinds of gifts, the most precious of which is the pebble-sized sapphire. According to the introduction of the Prime Minister of Cavour, the Sardinian ambassador learned that the pebble-sized sapphire was one of the king's private collections, and now it is fully handed over to the Sardinian ambassador, hoping that he can maximize the value of the sapphire. Do not let down the ardent hope of the king. The Sardinian ambassador who read Cavour's letter expressed his sincere admiration for Cavour's ability to persuade the king to implement the plan. In fact, the Sardinian king was persuaded long ago. You must know that Savoy and Nice are 2 places. It is very difficult to convince the king to give up the land of Lansing in exchange for an opportunity to send troops at present. Cavour not only successfully persuaded the king to carry out this plan, but also obtained precious sapphires from the hands of the Savoy royal family as a gift to the Bonaparte family. It is conceivable that Prime Minister Cavour has a high degree of trust in His Majesty's heart, and there are more opportunities to be promoted as ambassadors with such a person. Afterwards, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Sardinia lit the letter from Cava, hid the gift, and sat alone in a chair thinking about how to give the gift, in order to maximize the value of the gift itself. Just as the Sardinian ambassador was thinking, in a room of the Tuileries Palace, the French Empress Augusta sat on the sofa and listened to the report. The person in charge of reporting to Queen Augusta was the director of the French National Intelligence Service, Marcel Yaloja. Your Majesty, this is a letter from Cava, Prime Minister of Sardinia, to the Ambassador of Sardinia. Marcel Yaloja took out the folded letter from his purse and gave it to Queen Augusta. Queen Augusta lowered her head and read it through carefully, then raised her head again and curiously asked Marcel Yaloja, since Prime Minister Cava's letter to the Sardinian ambassador is in her hands, then Sardinia the ambassador did not have Cava's letter in his hands. Wouldn't the Sardinian ambassador, who had not received the letter, doubt that it had reached France? Marcel Yaloja told Queen Augusta that the letter in her hand was just a copy. The real letter should have arrived in the Sardinian embassy by now, so there is no such thing as what Queen Augusta said accident happened. Empress Augusta showed a little surprise on her face. Marcel Yaloja was able to complete a series of actions quietly. Does this mean that Marcel Yaloja himself, looking at the vigilant Queen Augusta, Marcel Yaloja sighed inwardly. The worst thing about being a special police officer is that you will always be hostile to the monarch. After all, every monarch is a person who is lenient on the outside and jealous on the inside. A profession like a special policeman that can monitor everyone except the monarch may not be able to monitor the monarch. I think that his predecessor Fauch had to leave the post of police minister because of the suspicion of the monarch. Now, will he also suffer the suspicion of the Queen? Your Majesty, I'm not responsible for the defense of the Tuileries Palace, but General Edgarnian. In order to avoid being suspicious of Queen Augusta, Marcel Yaloja hurried to Augusta. Queen Star explained. I see. Queen Augusta's face flushed slightly. She also realized that her previous behavior was indeed inappropriate and immediately responded to Marcel Yaloja with a kind smile. Marcel sir, you have made an indelible contribution to France. I will report your exploits to the Emperor. It is my honor to serve the Bonaparte family. Marcel Yaloja responded to Queen Augusta. Next, Queen Augusta asked Marcel Yaloja again if there was any other news to report. Your Majesty, I also received a letter from St. Petersburg. The information was sent by a member of the Foreign Intelligence Service dispatched to Russia by the National Intelligence Service. Marcel Yaloja respectfully greeted Queen Augusta. After submitting the information, he said to Queen Augusta. Augusta took over the information handed over by Marcel Yaloja, and the information was recorded in detail. The state of Nicholas's life in the recent period, day and night, working all night, physical condition. Some time ago, the temperature in St. Petersburg suddenly dropped. Nicholas suffered from a severe flu, and he insisted on reviewing the troops in the suburbs of St. Petersburg without wearing winter clothes, and the analysis of newspaper content published in St. Petersburg newspapers recently. The newspapers reported only one time that Nicholas fell ill with the flu for his sleepless work in the Russian Empire, and there was no news of the Tsar's health in the newspapers that followed. At the same time, he also found Nicholas's personal doctor through aristocrats inclined to France, and asked about Nicholas's situation. The conclusion was drawn at the end of the final intelligence. There are indications that, under the blows of successive failures, the already aged Nicholas is getting worse and worse, and it is very likely that he will not be able to survive this winter. After reading the content and conclusion of the intelligence, Queen Augusta had a look of joy on her face. She knew that once Nicholas returned to the arms of the Lord this winter, the morale of the Russian Imperial Army would inevitably decline. At that time, the French army can quickly defeat the Russian army and win the war. Send this message to the Crimea Peninsula as soon as possible. Augusta put the information on the table and then added, remember not to send it in plain text. Use encrypted telegram to send it to Crimea. Yes. Marcel Yaloja got up and responded to Queen Augusta and then said goodbye to Queen Augusta politely. It's hard work. Queen Augusta slightly and responded to Marcel Yaloja. This is what I should do. Marcel Yeruja replied. Point after Marcel Yeruja left, the palace manager Mocha appeared in front of Queen Augusta and said, "Your Majesty the Queen. What's wrong?" Queen Augusta asked Mocha. Mocha told Queen Augusta that the bankers Emile Perel and Insac Perel wanted to meet her. "Let them come over." Queen Augusta seemed to have expected their arrival. She said calmly. After a while, Emile Perel and Insac Perel appeared in front of Queen Augusta. "Your Majesty the Queen." Brother Perel bowed to Queen Augusta. "Sit down." As soon as the two sides met, Queen Augusta said straight to the point, "Is your purpose in coming to the Tuileries Palace to win the right to issue and redeem the banknotes of the Bank of Luxembourg, right?" The Perel brothers showed a hint of surprise. They wanted to obtain the right to issue banknotes of the Luxembourg Bank through Queen Augusta, but it was only something they decided to fight for recently. Why did Queen Augusta know what they were thinking when they didn't tell anyone? For a while, the Perel brothers felt that they seemed to have a little glimpse of the Queen in front of them. "The Emperor once told me that you two brothers are a pair of bankers with ambition and courage, so you absolutely do not want to submit to the control of the Banque de France." Queen Augusta casually told Perel brother said, "However, the right to issue and redeem all banknotes in France has been monopolized by the Bank of France. The only way you want to break the situation is the right to issue banknotes and the right to redeem notes held by the Bank of Luxembourg. Am I right, Mr. Emile Perel?" "Your Majesty, you are right." Emile Perel nodded respectfully to Queen Augusta and said, "Thanks to the love of the two majesties, my brother and I have been able to get to where we are today. We will remain loyal to His Majesty and the Queen until the end of our lives. Mr. Emile, my husband and I both know the loyalty of your two brothers, otherwise we would not have handed over the business of the Bonaparte family to you." Augusta said to Emile Perel, Reading www.urkanshu.com. "Thank your Majesty for your trust in us." Emile Perel said respectfully to Queen Augusta, "But the Bank of Luxembourg's right to issue banknotes is not only what you want to get, I think the Rancy Bank is also bound to get it." Queen Augusta said softly, "You should know that for a monopoly in terms of banks, the Bank of Luxembourg is small in size, but it has all the functions of the Bank of France. In other words, it has the possibility of becoming the Bank of France. I think if the Bank of Luxembourg is handed over to you, the Bank of France definitely won't let it go. If you set up with the Bank of France, because of the problems of the Bank of Luxembourg, it will cause great trouble for me and your Majesty." After speaking, Augusta pretended to have a headache and said to Emile Perel, "Your Majesty, if you are willing to hand over the Bank of Luxembourg to us, then this bank will always belong to you, and His Majesty the Emperor." Emile Perel decisively threw out what they could give the Emperor and the Emperor, Queen's biggest chip, and Emile is convinced that even the Banque de France could not have given them such a bargaining chip. "Mr. Emile, can you tell me why you do this? If you do, won't you get nothing?" https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 663, Luxembourg Bank Scramble. "Mr. Emile, can you please tell me what your purpose is? If you do, don't you two brothers get everything?" Augusta looked at the pair of Perel brothers with a puzzled expression. She couldn't understand Emile Perel's mind. If the Bank of Luxembourg belonged to her and Jerome, then Emile Perel and the others would be doing their jobs in vain. Point. If the banker is not for making money, is it for charity? "Your Majesty, my brother Insac Perel and I are staunch Saint-Simonians like your Majesty, whose Emile Perel does not know Jerome Bonaparte's Keynesianism." Emile Perel responded devoutly like a Christian, "I think the role of banks is not only to make enough profits, but more importantly to alleviate and even eliminate poverty. A country full of poverty will only breed countless extremists. Mr. Emile, if you really want to alleviate poverty, you should do charity." Augusta said to Emile Perel. Emile Perel shook his head and responded to Augusta, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. In the past many centuries, we have always relied on generosity and charity to alleviate poverty, but such the practice is always to treat the symptoms rather than the root causes. Instead it will increase the burden on the society and lead to greater turmoil. Only by encouraging industrial development, so as to create more jobs, use science and education, to not only make scientific progress, but even workers can participate in it, share benefits and investing, plan retirement income. Emile Perel eloquently put himself in the position of a meat eater. However, Queen Augusta is not disgusted by bankers like Emile Perel, because compared with those bankers who only know how to make profits, which leads to more people going bankrupt, Emile Perel's speech is obviously much better. Your Majesty, the money my brother and I have earned over the years is enough to survive 4 generations, as long as our descendants don't spend too much money, so we hope to be able to do something meaningful to the whole society in our lifetime. Emile Perel responded to Queen Augusta with a solemn expression. After pondering for a moment, Queen Augusta still smiled and replied to Emile Perel and in sac Perel, Mr. Emile, I'm afraid I won't be able to tell you the result immediately, because the issue of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg does not a small thing. But don't worry, I'll let you know the results right after I've asked the leaders of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. Just be patient for a few days. Your Majesty, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to meet us. Emile Perel thanked Queen Augusta. Mr. Emile, I have benefited a lot from meeting you. Augusta also responded politely, I sincerely hope that society can have more and more bankers like you. Now bankers, most of them only care about their immediate interests and forget the country they are attached to. Some people even desperately want to hollow out the country. Don't they really know that once the country is hollowed out and collapsed, they are not much better? Queen Augusta's complaint made Emile Perel feel that it was very worthwhile for him to take his brother for this trip. Emile Perel doesn't need the Queen's unconditional support for him, he just needs the Queen to favor them between him and the Banque de France. Of course, it depends on the meaning of His Majesty Napoleon, who is far away in the Crimea Peninsula, as to who the Bank of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is going to get. However, Emile Perel is still confident that he can defeat the Banque de France. After all, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is still an independent country. Then, Emile Perel took out a beautifully crafted gift box from his arms. Holding the gift box in both hands, he raised the gift box in front of Queen Augusta. Your Majesty, this is a gift from me and my brother. Please accept it. This. Queen Augusta glanced at the closed gift box, and after hesitating for a moment, she refused. Although I don't know what's inside, I'm sure what's inside must be of great value, so please allow me reject it. Your Majesty, please accept it. Emile Perel still held the gift box in both hands and complimented Queen Augusta. Only a noble person like you can have it. Honorable? Maybe. Queen Augusta smiled and whispered. Now that Emile Perel has said it for this sake, if Augusta doesn't accept the gift again, it will indeed be a bit pretentious. Mr. Emile, I promise to accept your gift, Queen Augusta said to Emile Perel. However, I also hope you can promise me one thing. Your Majesty, please speak. Emile Perel responded to Queen Augusta. I hope you and your younger brother can accept the title. Queen Augusta said to Emile Perel, your contribution to the empire is obvious to all, so please don't refuse this honor. Emile Perel hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he didn't particularly care about the title. After all, being canonized as a baron won't bring him any benefits, but will make him suffer some malice in the social places of some nobles. Some of them have no money, but there are nobles with particularly high titles, and they like to mock the bankers who are canonized as barons at banquets. By the way, in the 19th century, French titles were like loans issued by a bank in a certain country. For those who really wanted titles, but did not meet the standards, the issuance of French titles was always deducted. For some people who have reached the standard of strength, the role of the title is not as good as the relationship between them and the monarch. Especially after Jerome Bonaparte took charge of France, the way French bankers purchased government bonds has changed from one or two powerful bankers to the whole people. When the imperial government's reliance on bankers was far less than it was in 2 generations of Bourbons. Maintaining the relationship with the monarch was even more important. However, in order to maintain the goodwill of Queen Augusta and the Emperor, Emile Perel chose to accept it. Later, Queen Augusta told Emile Perel that he would be canonized as a baron by the Grand Duke of Luxembourg. Hearing the Grand Duke of Luxembourg, Emile Perel was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly remembered that the Queen said that the Grand Duke of Luxembourg is not your majesty. His majesty did not ennoble them as barons in the name of the French Empire, but instead ennobled them in the name of the Grand Duke of Luxembourg. Is it implying something, Mr. Emile and Mr. Yinsak? I hope you two can do your parts for the Duchy of Luxembourg after being canonized as nobles. Queen Augusta, almost naked, hinted at Emile Perel and Yinsak. Perel wrote. Emile Perel nodded hurriedly, indicating that as a baron conferred by the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, he should do his parts for the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, but in what direction should they do their best? The Principality of Luxembourg will sell a batch of government bonds in the near future, mainly to improve the infrastructure of the Principality of Luxembourg. It's just that the situation in the Principality of Luxembourg is a bit complicated, and the interest rate may be lower, about 3%. Queen Augusta side tone said to Emile Perel. For Emile Perel, the interest rate of government bonds issued by the Principality of Luxembourg is indeed a bit low. The interest rate in France is 4% minus 5% in the same period. The British Kingdom is 3% minus 7%. And if the Russian Empire is not afraid of death, the current interest rate is 10%, but this also meets the conditions of the Principality of Luxembourg itself. Because the Principality of Luxembourg itself has no resources other than forests, there is no other way to build railways and roads than to borrow money. Of course, the citizens of the Principality of Luxembourg should arrive to rejoice that they have welcomed a little dad who will lead them on the road to making a fortune. The French Empire can deduct anything casually, and it can feed the Principality of Luxembourg. Don't worry, I know what to do, Emile Perel replied solemnly. Afterwards, Queen Augusta chatted with Emile Perel and Yinsak Perel for a while, and from Emile Perel's mouth, Queen Augusta learned about his great achievements in the Austrian Empire. The railway line from Prague to Budapest, second only to Vienna to Budapest, was taken from the Rothschild Bank of Austria. Reading www.urkanshu.com. She reminded Emile Perel that investment in the Austrian Empire should not only consider economic factors, but also political factors. After all, the relationship between the Austrian Empire and the French Empire will remain allied for a short period of time. If you lose your alliance because of a small amount of money, it will be more than worth the loss. Moreover, the Austrian Empire itself is also a country with relatively abundant resources, which is suitable for making money for a long time. I will pass on your words to the person in charge of Austria, Emile Perel replied to Augusta. With a knock on the door, the conversation between Queen Augusta and the Perel brothers, the whole conversation was with Emile Perel. The role of Yinsak Perel was to act as a background board, was also the same. It came to an abrupt end. Come in, Queen Augusta responded, while sitting outside the door. The door opened, and Mocha entered the room. After he glanced at the Perel brothers in the room, he showed a hesitant expression on his face, as if he had something to say. To avoid the Perel brothers seeing this, the Perel brothers hurriedly told Queen Augusta that they had been harassing the Queen for a long time, and it was time to leave. After finishing speaking, the Perel brothers got up and left, and Augusta ordered Mocha to send the Perel brothers out of the Tuileries Palace. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 664. Marshal St. Arnault returns to the West. After Mocha returned to the room, Queen Augusta asked Mocha if a guest from the Banque de France had arrived. Mocha's face was slightly stunned, then nodded and told the Queen Augusta that the Count of Bimini, the president of the Bank of France, had been waiting for a long time at the Tuileries Palace, and was now being arranged by him at the Duinel, in a room in the Ligang. Her Majesty the Queen, do you want to meet him? Then invite President Bimini over here. Queen Augusta replied to Mocha. Yes. Mocha bowed to Queen Augusta and left the room. Queen Augusta, who was alone in the room, yawned and muttered to herself, I didn't expect that a small Luxembourg bank could affect so many people. After a while, Count Bimini, president of the Banque de France, and Mocha appeared in the room. Count Bimini, please forgive me for not being able to get up to meet you. Queen Augusta, who was sitting on the sofa, pointed to her stomach and said to El Bimini, it is a great honor for your majesty to take the time to meet with me. Count Bimini hurriedly bowed and saluted to Queen Augusta. At the invitation of Queen Augusta, Count Bimini sat on the sofa opposite Augusta. Empress Augusta pretended not to know the Count of Biminis. If there was a thorny problem in the Bank of France that he could not handle, so that he was so busy that he made time to go to the Tuileries Palace. Thanks to the grace of the two majesties, I was ordered to take charge of the Banque de France. Now the Banque de France is following the direction of His Majesty Emperor Jerome Bonaparte to precisely regulate the issuance of banknotes, so that every banknote can be issued and the circulating in the market. Although there were some unsatisfactory small twists and turns during the issuance of banknotes, the overall situation was relatively stable. Count Bimini responded to Queen Augusta in a standard official tone. Since the Banque de France is fine, then Mr. Bimini, why are you suddenly visiting the Tuileries Palace today? Queen Augusta asked in a calm tone. Your Majesty, the purpose of my trip is for the Bank of Luxembourg. Count Bimini responded to Queen Augusta with a serious face. The Bank of Luxembourg? Queen Augusta pretended not to understand what Count Bimini said. What happened to the Bank of Luxembourg? Could it be that it has a business dispute with the Bank of France? Queen Augusta's speech made the Count of Bimini smell a dangerous breath. He remembered that the manager Mocha secretly told him that Queen Augusta was talking with the Peril brothers. Could it be that the Peril brothers have succeeded now? Thinking of this, Count Bimini couldn't help but get nervous. If the Peril brothers really want to take the Bank of Luxembourg, then the Banque de France is likely to usher in a formidable enemy. Don't look at the fact that the Peril brothers are also a member of the board of directors of the Banque de France and a member of the interest group, but the interest groups are not necessarily united. There may be two banks sitting on the board of the Banque de France. Outside the Banque de France are mortal enemies, not to mention the vastly different status between members. The Peril brothers' status at the Banque de France was merely higher than that of ordinary board members, far less than that of Fult and the others. Once the Peril brothers win the Bank of Luxembourg, they can get rid of the Bank of France alone. The reason why the Bank of France is above many banks is because the Bank of France itself has a monopoly on the issuance and redemption of banknotes in France. Right back. Without these two monopolies, the Banque de France would be nothing more than a slightly larger bank. To make matters worse, if the Peril brothers did take over the Bank of Luxembourg, it would inevitably cause a tear within the Banque de France. Some bankers with only voting rights will surely rally around the Peril brothers and cheer for the Bank of Luxembourg. At that time, the entire Banque de France team will not be easy to lead. This is absolutely bad news for Count Bimini, who has been president of the Banque de France for less than a year. After briefly weighing the pros and cons, Count Bimini decided to have a straight-to-the-point talk with Her Majesty the Queen. He asked with a solemn expression, Your Majesty, please forgive my boldness. If the issue of the Bank of Luxembourg is not handled properly, it may cause the entire French financial community to become aroused turmoil. Mr. Bimini, are you threatening me? Queen Augusta also showed a very serious face and asked Count Bimini coldly, Your Majesty, I'm not threatening you. As long as you want, you can immediately dismiss me as president of the Bank of France. Facing Augusta's hostility, Count Bimini remained calm towards Queen Augusta. Said, but I implore you, don't let the Bank of Luxembourg become the culprit for tearing the Bank of France. Mr. Bimini, the Bank of Luxembourg is nothing but a bank worth millions of francs. I'm curious how it can tear apart the behemoth of the Bank of France. Queen Augusta said to Count Bimini, Your Majesty, although the Bank of Luxembourg is small, it has all the functions of the Bank of France. It can be said that the Bank of Luxembourg itself is a small French bank. What the Bank of Luxembourg lacks is only a large-scale capital injection. Capital, it's not a problem for France now. Count Bimini explained to Queen Augusta. So, what does the Bank of Luxembourg do to tear the Bank of France apart? Queen Augusta asked the Count of Bimini. The Luxembourg Bank doesn't need to do anything. She just needs to open a branch in Paris and then find some bigger banks to endorse the Luxembourg Bank. That way those big banks can do what they want with Luxembourg Bank. What it can't do, Bimini said to Queen Augusta, the Bank of Luxembourg can sell banknotes on its own, and it also has the right to redeem discounted notes. Many banks can bypass the Banque de France and sell banknotes. Two banks and two different banknotes are bound to cause confusion in the entire French financial market, and those bankers who originally only had voting rights on the board of directors will flock to the Bank of Luxembourg. At that time, the entire French financial world will be torn in two parts. Once the French financial system is shaken, then the whole of France, speaking of which, Bimini remained silent. After all, the reason why His Majesty the Emperor was able to sit in this position was because of the large-scale financial turmoil that occurred at that time point. Now that the Emperor is sitting on this issue, he will never allow financial problems like the ones before. Sure enough, after Count Bimini explained the harm caused by the Bank of Luxembourg, Queen Augusta's face turned slightly pale. Mr. Bimini, I will tell your Majesty exactly what you said. Everything will be decided by your Majesty. Queen Augusta replied to Count Bimini. Yes. Count Biminis left the Tuileries Palace immediately. Not long after the departure of Count Bimini, Queen Augusta once again issued an order to Mocha, asking him to immediately go to the French Academy of Sciences to find several academicians majoring in economics. After receiving the order, Mocha quickly found several academicians for Queen Augusta. Queen Augusta asked the academicians some questions about banking and finance, and asked whether the issuance of two banknotes would be correct social impact. Although the answers of the academicians are different, their core point is that the two kinds of banknotes will not have much impact, but the two kinds of overissued banknotes will have a great impact, and the overissuance of banknotes will lead to banknotes depreciated rapidly, causing inflation. French finance can also cause massive turmoil. After listening to the academician's elaboration, Augusta had some ideas, and then she thanked the academy and ordered Mocha to send the academician back safely. At the same time, the French military hospital in Constantinople, thousands of miles away from Paris, since Vernier led a medical team to Sevastopol and established the Sevastopol Military District Hospital together with Nightingale. There are also fewer and fewer patients in the hospital of the Constantinople Military District, except for a few patients with relatively bad conditions, mainly psychological problems. They need to go to Constantinople to change their mood. Most of the patients are treated directly in Sevastopol. Gradually, the Hospital of Constantinople Military Region, which originally assumed the task of medical treatment, became a psychological rehabilitation center for middle and senior officers, jokingly called UU Reading WWW Kanchu. Carmany medical staff were also seconded to Sevastopol Hospital. There were more than 600 to 700 medical staff in the entire Constantinople Military District Hospital at its peak, but it has been reduced to more than 100 now. However, even though the number of people in the Constantinople Military District Hospital has been greatly reduced, the basic functions it undertakes have remained largely unchanged. Because in this group of hospitals, there is still a big man who is dying. He is the Marshal of the French Empire and the Marshal of St. Arnaud, Count of Sevastopol. At this time, he has long been tortured by the pain, with a bloated and hot body, haggard face, sunken and dull eyes. The once majestic commander has disappeared, and only a weak one is left, as if a gust of wind can blow it down. Of patience, and the reason why he is still here to hold on and not fall down is that, in order to be able to witness the final victory with his own eyes, he wants to accept it as the commander-in-chief. However, now he obviously can't hold it anymore. The pain in his abdomen has crushed all his will, and now he doesn't want to support it anymore. So tired. So be it. Then take a break. Leave the rest to His Majesty. Marshal St. Arnaud gradually closed his eyes. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 665. Nikolay, who is also critically ill. Since the cold snap from Russia entered October, it has invaded the Crimea Peninsula with lightning speed, and the temperature of the Crimean Peninsula has dropped significantly in just a few days. The cold wind was like sharp knives, cruelly torturing every soldier standing guard at night. This made the French soldiers who had survived the cholera in July and August with great difficulty, and had to accept the baptism of influenza. Almost every day, several French soldiers are carried into the military hospital for treatment, and the morale of the French soldiers on the south bank of Sevastopol and the port of Kamish inevitably declines as the cold wave approaches. In order to relieve the depression caused by the cold snap, Jerome Bonaparte went to various military camps with Policia to meet with the soldiers, to understand the thoughts and conditions of the soldiers and officers. Although every communication will take them a lot of time and energy, but Jerome Bonaparte thinks it is a very meaningful thing point, because only by appearing in front of the soldiers, when they need their care the most and exchanging a sincere heart for another sincere heart can they truly gain the support and love of the soldiers, unless, of course, you can conquer an entire army with victory after victory like the original Napoleon Emperor. Such people are very few in the vast history point. During the time that Jerome Bonaparte was in the army, his identity was also underwent this subtle change, and many officers began to follow the trend of Jerome Bonaparte and turned into real support. By point Jerome Bonaparte's command of the army is moving towards his uncle, and it won't be long before he can truly grasp the entire army just like Uncle Pan grasps fake wine. Point on this evening, Jerome Bonaparte returned to Sevastopol from the Ferdagin Hills, facing the biting cold wind and the sunset that was about to descend to the horizon, as usual, along with Policia. When Jerome Bonaparte was about to reach Sevastopol along the Vorontsov Trail, Jerome Patterson happened to appear opposite Jerome Bonaparte and moved towards Jerome. Bonaparte came on horseback. Point seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte also gently kicked the warhorse with his spur boots. After the warhorse uttered a cry, it accelerated forward. Point in the end, the meeting between Jerome Bonaparte and Jerome Patterson was interrupted. Jerome Bonaparte immediately asked Jerome Patterson, who was staying in Sevastopol, what happened. Point Jerome Patterson told Jerome Bonaparte that the telegraph office had just received 3 telegrams, 2 from Paris and 1 from Constantinople. Jerome Bonaparte's voice trembled slightly, and there was also a sad look on his face. If Jerome Bonaparte guessed correctly, the telegram could well be, "That's right. It's Constantinople." Jerome Patterson nodded in response to Jerome Bonaparte. Point from the same sad expression on Jerome Patterson's face, it was already possible to know what happened in Constantinople. Point however, now is not the time to be sad. Jerome Bonaparte gave the order to join the return to Sevastopol with a serious expression. Point soon, Jerome Bonaparte arrived at the headquarters in Sevastopol in a sad mood. "Where is the telegram?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Jerome Patterson with his hand out. "It's still at the telegraph office." Jerome Patterson responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "I'll get it now. Go get it." Jerome Bonaparte reprimanded Jerome Patterson with a stern expression. Point Jerome Patterson quickly left the headquarters, leaving only Jerome Bonaparte and Policia in the headquarters office. "Your Majesty, you don't have to be too sad." The moment the soldiers set foot on the battlefield, they had already put their life and death aside. Marshal Policia said in relief to Jerome Bonaparte, "Hey." Jerome Bonaparte sighed heavily. "I don't know this truth, but understanding is one thing, letting go is another. If it wasn't for Marshal Saint Arnaud and you, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to build an empire. Now, the empire is just getting better. Marshal Saint Arnaud left me first. It's really good luck." After finishing speaking, Jerome Bonaparte shed 2 tears, as if he felt that Marshal Saint Arnaud had left it was not worth it. Seeing that Jerome Bonaparte was able to shed tears for Saint Arnaud, Policia couldn't help but feel a little more jealous of the late Saint Arnaud. Saint Arnaud can make the monarch of a country shed tears for him, and it does not count him as living in vain. Point how could Marshal Policia know that Jerome Bonaparte's tears and sorrows were just his performances to bribe people's hearts? Although it does add some real feelings to it, if Marshal Saint Arnaud continued to walk through the Crimean War healthily, then Jerome Bonaparte would never be happy, but would be troubled by Saint Arnaud. Point because Marshal Saint Arnaud is not a general like Policia who can let him handle it. Take the case of Jerome Bonaparte in Crimea. If the person in charge of the expedition was Saint Arnaud, then Jerome Bonaparte would not consider staying in the Crimea Maya Peninsula. Point as the emperor, he must respect the rights of Marshal Saint Arnaud, the first chief of staff, and Policia obviously does not have the identity of the founder. However, since Marshal Saint Arnaud had died, all the unpleasantness he had had with Marshal Saint Arnaud before naturally disappeared in his mind, leaving only the good side. "Your Majesty, you are truly a benevolent monarch." Policia praised Jerome Bonaparte. Point Jerome Bonaparte smiled non-committally, then took out a handkerchief and wiped his tears. After a while, Jerome Patterson appeared in the office and handed the 3 telegrams to Jerome Bonaparte. First of all, the first telegram was a telegram from Constantinople. The telegram detailed the time of Marshal St. Arnaud's death, around 3 p.m., and his state, heated and sweaty. Seeing the telegram, Jerome Bonaparte handed the telegram of Marshal St. Arnaud to Pyrrhisia, then raised his head, and said to Jerome Patterson, "Now you immediately put the 1st and 2nd, the 3rd and 4th divisions are all called over, remember to hurry." "Yes." Jerome Patterson saluted Jerome Bonaparte, and left again. Then Jerome Bonaparte looked at the 2nd and 3rd telegrams. The 2nd telegram was sent by Augusta, and she informed Jerome Bonaparte of the brothers Perel and Biel Min's competition for the Bank of Luxembourg. Both sides want to take the Bank of Luxembourg, and also put forward their own reasons for wanting to win the Bank of Luxembourg. At the end of the telegram, Queen Augusta put forward her own views. She believed that the Bank of Luxembourg still needed to retain the right to issue banknotes and the right to redeem notes, but these two rights could not be applied to France, the only designated bank in France. Still, the Banque de France. In other words, Luxembourg's banknotes will only be issued outside of France. Jerome Bonaparte certainly supports the Queen Augusta's opinion. After all, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is the private land of the Bonaparte family. If it is too involved with the Bank of France, it is not conducive to cutting it at any time. As for the content of the 3rd telegram, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't understand a little. After thinking about it carefully, Jerome Bonaparte immediately thought whether it could be from Marcel Yalager incoming encrypted telegram. So, Jerome Bonaparte got up and returned to his office and took out the cipher book. In fact, an ordinary book, locked in the drawer of the office. According to the characters on the telegram, Jerome Bonaparte looked up the corresponding number of pages, lines and specific letters, and quickly unraveled them all. Nicholas I is now critically ill and is expected to die soon. After Jerome Bonaparte read it in a low voice, he couldn't believe what he had translated. He translated it again according to the codebook, and the result of the second translation was no different from the first. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help being a little excited. Once Nicholas I died in the near future, then Alexander II would definitely return to St. Petersburg to inherit the throne. If they took advantage of this time to attack, and at the same time, professed that Alexander II had sold them to France, and returned to St. Petersburg alone, then the Russian Imperial Army would inevitably question Alexander II. At that time, no matter what Alexander II did, it would be the wrong choice. Returning to St. Petersburg, the morale of the Russian Empire is bound to drop. At that time, France can completely annihilate the Russian army in the Crimea Peninsula, and then put on the appearance of commanding Odessa, forcing the Russian Empire to make a choice of begging for peace or continuing the war. If you do not return to St. Petersburg, the anti-Tsarist forces lurking in St. Petersburg will surely make waves at that time. I'm afraid it will be another Decembrist uprising point. Whether it is to return or not, the Russian Empire under internal and external troubles will only be weaker than the Russian Empire in history, and their interference in the German region will be even weaker. At that time, the opportunity for the French Empire will come. Jerome Bonaparte, who had figured this out, showed a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. He couldn't wait to see the appearance of the Russian Empire begging for peace. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 666. Military meeting. Just as Jerome Bonaparte was thinking about how to punish the Russian Empire after the war, a knock came to his ears. He hurriedly relocked the cipher book in the drawer, then folded the encrypted telegram and put it in his pocket, shouting to the door with a serious face, "Please come in." The door of the office slowly opened, and Jerome Patterson's figure appeared at the door. "Your Majesty, all division commanders have now arrived at the headquarters." Jerome Bonaparte nodded, got up and responded, "Okay, I see. Let's go." After Jerome Bonaparte and Jerome Patterson left the office, they went straight to the headquarters operational meeting hall. When Jerome Bonaparte pushed open the door of the combat conference room, he saw Can Robert, Bosquet, and Troche in the combat conference room at a glance. Because of the excellent performance of Income and Mountain, Jerome was defeated by Jerome. Bonaparte was promoted to the commander of the 3rd Division. The original division commander Pyrrhisia completely resigned as the commander of the 3rd Division and concentrated on serving as the acting commander of the expeditionary force. Marshal Rain and Marshal Pyrrhisia, At this time, they are correct sitting at the long conference table. They waited for the arrival of Jerome Bonaparte. After Jerome Bonaparte appeared in front of them, the 4 division commanders and an acting commander stood up at the same time and invariably greeted them. Jerome Bonaparte salutes in honor. Jerome Bonaparte also saluted them with a solemn expression, then walked to the main seat of the long desk step by step, pulled out the chair, and sat down. The entire conference room atmosphere became even more depressed the moment Jerome Bonaparte sat down. Everyone in the seat was silently waiting for Jerome Bonaparte to speak, while Jerome Bonaparte, who was the initiator of the meeting, was still organizing words in his mind at the moment. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte, who organized the language, said to them in a heavy tone, "The purpose of calling you here today is to announce a matter of national mourning. Marshal of the French Empire, commander of the Expeditionary Force, recipient of the highest order of the Legion of Glory, Marshal of St. Arnaud, Count of Sevastopol, fell into a coma at around 2 o'clock this afternoon. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, St. Arnaud Marshal Nuo passed away completely and returned to the embrace of God." As soon as these words came out, except for the 3 people who had already learned of the death of Marshal St. Arnaud in advance, everyone present showed shock and sadness on their faces. The saddest of them all was Troche. As the adjutant of Marshal St. Arnaud, he has always been favored by Marshal St. Arnaud, since Marshal St. Arnaud served as Minister of War even when St. Arnaud was recuperating in Constantinople. As an adjutant, he was still eating the money of Marshal St. Arnaud. It is rude to say that a large part of the reason why Troche was able to obtain his current position was because of Marshal St. Arnaud's legacy. To know that the current Troche is only 39 years old. Take Bazin, who is about the same age as him. In fact, Bazin is 4 years older than him, although the current Bazin has the same rank of Major General as him, but Bazin's position is no more than the head of the Zouave regiment. And Troche is now in charge of the most elite army in the whole of France. It can be said that the gap between the two is obvious to all. Let's look at the people who belong to the same division as him. Most of them are in the 40 to 60 stage. Even the youngest Conrobel is now 45-year-old old man. Troche was arguably the youngest of all divisional generals. If he hadn't been the adjutant of Marshal St. Arnaud, then Troche would not have been able to take down the commander of the 3rd Division. Of course, if Marshal St. Arnaud was not seriously ill, Troche would not be sitting in the command of the 3rd Division. Troche itself is a banner erected by Jerome Bonaparte. The purpose is to let other forces take a look will be abandoned by His Majesty the Emperor. However, whether Troche can take over the banner of Marshal St. Arnaud and unite with Marshal St. Arnaud's henchmen depends on his own ability. The topic was too far away. At this time, Troche hadn't thought of this step, and now he only thought about whether he could send his old boss the last ride. After all, one cannot forget one's roots. Your Majesty. Troche's voice was slightly choked. Troche, you say it. Jerome Bonaparte replied softly, allow me to resign from your command of the division. Troche pleaded to Jerome Bonaparte. As soon as these words were uttered, they were immediately and decisively rejected by Jerome Bonaparte. No, I don't agree. Major General Troche, this battlefield is not a workplace. I'm the French army, not the British army, not you. If you want to quit, you can quit. If you really want to quit, then take off your military uniform for me. Then I would like to ask for a period of vacation. Major General Troche said to Jerome Bonaparte in a second best way, you need a few days off. Jerome Bonaparte asked Troche, about a week or so. Major General Troche replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte stretched out 3 fingers and said to Troche, 3 days. I only give you 3 days. After 3 days, you will return to the army on time. Do you hear that? Yes. Brigadier General Troche responded in a sonorous tone. Go. You can go to Constantinople now. Jerome Bonaparte waved to Major General Troche. Troche then asked Jerome Bonaparte again if he had any other instructions for him. Jerome Bonaparte told Troche to wait until he returned. Also, Jerome Bonaparte said to Major General Troche, also send us a good farewell to Marshal St. Arnaud, and tell him that we will definitely defeat Russia. After Troche left, Jérôme Bonaparte once again gave an order to everyone present. The flag of the French Empire hung in Sevastopol should be lowered to half-mast, and at the same time the French army should announce the death of Marshal Saint-Arnaud. Information point all said in unison that they would obey Jérôme Bonaparte's orders. Jérôme Bonaparte, who had finished speaking of the sad story, told a happy thing. There is another thing. According to reliable information, my St. Petersburg brother, Nicholas, has now suffered from the disease. Serious illness. It won't be long before he returns to the arms of God. After hearing Jérôme Bonaparte's second news, everyone present immediately showed a happy smile on their faces. The current Russian Empire must be dragged by Nicholas I to fight. It is like a compressed bullet. The harder Nicholas I worked in the early stage, the stronger the rebound in the later stage. Once Nicholas I is absent, their army in Crimea will probably become even more depressed. The Russian army that broke the southern front of the Crimean Peninsula is just around the corner. Your Majesty, I think we should do something. Conrobel put forward his own views. What do you want to do? Jérôme Bonaparte responded with interest. Although now he has come up with a strategy, but he still wants to hear their views. Conrobert told Jérôme Bonaparte that he thought the army should send a group of people to Simferopol to spread the news that Nicholas I was seriously ill, subject to turmoil. Then, taking advantage of the turmoil in the military, the troops from the small town of Yevpatoria quickly went to Perekop to cut off the only passage between Crimea and the interior with lightning speed. At the same time, the main force of the coalition forces can attack Saki, Bakhchisaray and Simferopol respectively. At that time, the Russian Imperial Army will inevitably choose to retreat to Perekop. When they walked to Perekop, they would find that the gate of Perekop was closed to them, and the 200,000 troops of the Russian Empire would become a turtle in the urn of the coalition. After destroying the elite troops on the southern front of Russia, are you still afraid that they will not surrender to France? After listening to Conrobert's strategy, Jérôme Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time expressed his thoughts to Conrobert and others. Finally, Jérôme Bonaparte gave another order to Pélissier, asking him to lead the staff of the expeditionary army to formulate a qualified plan and give it to him in the shortest possible time. Then at the next coalition meeting, he will coordinate and arrange the characters of each unit. If this plan is successful, we will be able to defeat the Russian Empire before the winter completely arrives, thus forcing them to return to the negotiating table. If we fail, we may have to wait until next spring for a decisive battle with the Russian Empire. You don't have much time left for us. I see, Your Majesty. Pélissier replied solemnly to Jérôme Bonaparte. Okay, that's all I have to say. Do you have anything to add? Jérôme Bonaparte asked. Your Majesty. Riyadh1.com. When will the new bullets be delivered? Asked General Conrobel. After thinking for a moment, Jérôme Bonaparte told Conrobert that the transport ship loaded with 10 million minute bombs had now docked at the port of Cyprus and was expected to arrive in Sevastopol in the next 2 days. By the way, Your Majesty, our division has some shortages of cans and cigarettes. Can the quartermaster office send some over? Boss continued to ask. The number of supplies that each unit receives each month is fixed. Your division can only wait for the next month. Jérôme Bonaparte gave Bosquet an angry look. He knew that the reason why teachers consume so much is that they take cans to nearby villages every week for a wave of pre-consumption. Today cans and cigarettes have become the new currency of Crimea. Chapter 667. Alexander II's concerns. After General Bosquet's questions, Jérôme Bonaparte once again stressed the importance of discipline. As a traveler, he knows France too well. No, it should be said what kind of army is the army of the world today. He can even say that all the army in the world today, including Prussia, is an army composed of robbers, strong prisoners, and executioners. This is not a big change even in the 21st century. Therefore, he did not force his army to be like a certain army more than 100 years later, not to take every stitch of the masses. However, the discipline that an army should have is not to relax at all. Even if it is robbery, it should obey order, and looting, indiscriminately looting a pass, will not have any positive effect at all, except that it will corrupt discipline and reduce the efficiency of looting. Of course, the issue of the 2nd Division going to nearby villages for consumption in its spare time did not violate discipline in principle. Since Bosquet mentioned this situation, then Jerome Bonaparte thought it was necessary to emphasize it properly. Don't worry. I will definitely supervise them strictly. General Bosquet hurriedly assured Jerome Bonaparte. Don't go too far. Jerome Bonaparte teased. Men. There will always be a day or two every month when you can't hold back. This is understandable. Not to mention your subordinates. Most of the soldiers are young men with strong blood, as long as they don't drop the chain at the critical moment. Jerome Bonaparte paused for a moment, and then said, and let the soldiers pay attention a little bit, try not to cause human life. The superseding ability of the French army was already famous in Europe during the Napoleonic Wars. The German-French hybrids created by the later generations of Sandizi during the garrison in Paris are nothing compared to the hybrids created by French soldiers in Germany, Poland, and Russia during the Napoleonic period. French soldiers of this period were comparable to Teddy, who was in heat at any time. As long as the concept of a woman was satisfied, no matter what race, France could do it. Your Majesty, I'm afraid I can't guarantee this. General Bosquet also said in a yellow tone. After all, I can't accurately control the rifle under each soldier. When the trouble comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. Jerome Bonaparte also responded to Bosquet with a smile. Give me some money. General Bosquet also replied, they will never let our soldiers marry them. Seeing that the conversation was getting more and more deviated from discipline, Jerome Bonaparte immediately stopped abruptly. Okay, all of you, pay attention. Don't wait until people really come to you. Don't blame me for being unselfish at that time. It's gone. Yes. General Bosquet also responded solemnly. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte once again asked everyone present whether there were any difficulties that he needed to solve. This time everyone present shook their heads, indicating that there was no problem to be solved. Since none of you have any problems, then I will now announce the end of the temporary meeting. Jerome Bonaparte stood up and announced the end to everyone present. Everyone stood up and saluted Jerome Bonaparte before leaving the expeditionary headquarters. That evening, the French national flag and military flag hoisted on the south bank of Sevastopol were lowered halfway point. The rumble of artillery and expedition song sounded on the south bank of Sevastopol and did not stop until 2 or 3 in the morning. Early the next morning, Marshal Raglan, Commander-in-Chief of the British Expeditionary Force, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, appeared at the Expeditionary Force headquarters. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Marshal Raglan with a surprised look on his face, and asked him intimately if the artillery had disturbed him last night. Marshal Raglan nodded and asked Jerome Bonaparte curiously, what happened to the French army last night? Jerome Bonaparte told Marshal Raglan that Marshal Saint Arnaud had died yesterday afternoon. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's response, Marshal Raglan's eyes were a little complicated, and he sighed. It's really good luck. I didn't expect Marshal Saint Arnaud to return to God's arms so soon. He's still so young. Maybe it's because God, his old man, also needs an outstanding conductor like Marshal Saint Arnaud to expand his territory for him. Jerome Bonaparte also sighed, just like my uncle, not at the age of 52, returning to the arms of God. My superior, the Duke of Wellington, also said that the early death of His Majesty Napoleon is indeed a loss to the world. Marshal Raglan nodded with empathy. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte chatted with Commander Raglan for a while. During this period, Marshal Raglan tentatively asked Jerome Bonaparte whether the French army would formulate new plans in the near future. If France needs British assistance, he and the British army will not refuse. Jerome Bonaparte told Marshal Raglan that France was indeed making new plans, but it would take a while. Marshal Raglan immediately stated that he himself was looking forward to the French plan. I'll ask you to come over and discuss the plan as soon as the staff headquarters has finished formulating the plan. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Marshal Raglan, yes. Marshal Raglan nodded, then said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte. Marshal Raglan, the weather in Crimea is getting colder. You have to take care of yourself. Jerome Bonaparte reminded Marshal Raglan. He remembered the death of Marshal Raglan in history. The time should also be near. Here, Jerome Bonaparte remembered wrongly. The historical date of Marshal Raglan's death was on June 28, 1855, but he contracted dysentery in the winter of that year, which resulted in a significant increase in physical function. it was weakened, and the following year, due to the continuous domestic criticism, the anger in the heart could not be vented, and he died of illness due to domestic and foreign difficulties. Marshal Raglan in this timeline, because of the early capture of Sevastopol, received far less criticism than at the same time. Of course, many of the problems of the British Army were also buried under the successful victories of the Allied forces. Don't worry, Your Majesty, at the moment, when I didn't see Russia surrender, I would never close my eyes. Marshal Raglan responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Just when Jerome Bonaparte was talking to Commander Raglan, a major event was also happening in Bakhchisaray, a few dozen kilometers away from them. At this time, Crown Prince Alexander, Archduke Constantine, Commander Gorchakov and Marshal Yomany gathered in a room in the old palace of Bakhchisaray, waiting for Nicholas I to send to carry VIPs of the Maya Peninsula. When the honored guest opened the door, the people waiting in the room showed expressions of surprise. Among them, Archduke Constantine shouted loudly, "How could it be you?" The guest who pushed in the door was none other than Count Orlov, who was in charge of the third hall of the Russian Empire. He stretched out his hand to greet Archduke Constantine and Alexander II. "His Royal Highness, Your Excellency Archduke, it's been a long time not see. Mr. Orlov, long time no see." Crown Prince Alexander II nodded in response. He did not understand why his father sent Count Orlov to the Crimea. Could it be that what happened in St. Petersburg? Just when Alexander II suspected that something might have happened in St. Petersburg, Orlov's words further aggravated Alexander II's suspicion. "Your Highness, do I want to talk to you alone?" Alexander II glanced at the people beside him, and Gorchakov and others left the room consciously. Soon, only Alexander II and Count Orlov were left in the room. "Mr. Orlov, is there something wrong with St. Petersburg?" Alexander II asked Orlov with a serious look. "His Royal Highness, something has really happened in St. Petersburg recently. Please be sure to return to St. Petersburg in the near future," Count Orlov said to Alexander II. "What happened in St. Petersburg?" Alexander II asked impatiently. "You will know everything, as long as you return to St. Petersburg." Count Orlov was a little reluctant to tell Alexander II what was happening in St. Petersburg. "Orlov, what happened? I ordered you to tell me now." Alexander II ordered Orlov strongly. "Your Majesty's body is about to die." Count Orlov responded with a gloomy expression. "Impossible." Alexander II was obviously unwilling to believe Orlov's words. "When I left St. Petersburg, His Majesty was still in good health." "How could it be so soon?" Orlov told Alexander II that during the previous period, His Majesty organized a military parade, which happened to be when the first Cold Wave invaded the Russian Empire. At one point, Nicholas I did not change at that time. In his winter coat, still wearing a thin coat, he is now reviewing the Imperial Army in the square. When Nicholas I returned to the Imperial Village, after reviewing the troops near the capital circle, his body collapsed all of a sudden, and he was in a coma for days, almost frightening Count Orlov to death. To make matters worse, after Nicholas I woke up, he did not follow the doctor's persuasion to change into a thick coat, but still wore a thin coat, and walked around from time to time. After several days, Nicholas I collapsed again. This time, Nicholas I was in a coma longer than the last time. When he woke up, he called Orlov in front of him for the first time, and asked him to go to Crimea and call back Alexander II, who was overseeing the battle on the Crimean Peninsula. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, Conspiracy Coup. Father is seeking self-liberation. According to Count Orlov's description, Alexander II immediately realized that Nicholas I was consciously committing suicide slowly. After all, for an old man over 60 years old, any minor illness can lead to death, not to mention the situation of going out in only a thin coat like Nicholas I. Alexander II couldn't think of a reason for anything other than attempted suicide. "Why don't you persuade him?" Alexander II blamed Count Orlov anxiously. Count Orlov said with a wry smile, "Your Majesty, it's not that we did not dissuade His Majesty. It's just that His Majesty didn't listen to our persuasion at all, and the attendant military attaché in charge of His Majesty's safety also did not dare to stop His Majesty the Tsar from going out. After listening to Olav's words, Alexander II pondered for a long time, then sighed, nodded and said, "Okay, I know, I will finish the chores here as soon as possible. Your Highness, you better move faster." Count Olav kindly reminded Alexander II. "Quicker?" Alexander II shook his head and also smiled bitterly. How can the problem be solved so quickly? After speaking, Alexander II walked gently to the door and quickly opened the door. Archduke Constantine, who put his ear to the door, stumbled and entered the room staggeringly. Big brother." Archduke Constantine scratched his head and smirked embarrassingly. Constantine. Alexander II, who was slightly depressed, immediately became angry when he saw the smiling younger brother in front of him, and he reprimanded Constantine with a straight face. "You are no longer a child, and you should know what is. Take your measure. Take your behavior just now. Believe it or not, I can send you to a military court." In the face of the angry Alexander II, Archduke Constantine felt bad. He quickly apologized to Alexander II. "His Royal Highness, I know I was wrong." Hey. Thinking that his father was likely to face death, and Constantine was his only relative, Alexander II's heart softened a little, and his tone softened a lot. "Okay. Yes. Pay attention next time." "Yes." Constantine nodded, expressing his understanding. Alexander II immediately closed the door again, and then said solemnly to the Archduke Constantine, "Constantine, I may have to leave Crimea. During the time I'm not in Crimea, it is up to you. Stay in Crimea instead of me. You have to remember to listen to Gorchakov and Jomini more when you encounter anything. They are both battle-hardened veterans. The Russian army will fight in the next battle. We must follow the principle of fighting if we can, and defending if we can't. We must not let the French army seize the gap, and at the same time, we must not overestimate our strength and underestimate the power of the enemy. The last failure of Mount Inkerman and the Drana River was caused by our own overconfidence in our own troops." Marshal Jomini believed at the time that 60,000 Russian troops could at least be able to like Silistra. It persisted for a period of time and was defeated. Who knew that the army of the Russian Empire had refreshed the bottom line of Jomini, and all the battles in the three directions ended in failure? Russia lost a total of about 60,000 people. That is, say that Russia is only in the early 200,000s now. Alexander II's rambles made Constantine smell a dangerous breath. He hurriedly asked Alexander II why he had to return to St. Petersburg in a hurry. Did something happen in St. Petersburg? Nothing. Alexander II subconsciously glanced aside. "Brother, you told me St. Petersburg." "No." "Did something happen to our father?" Constantine asked Alexander II with a serious look. Alexander II was silent, although he himself did not think Constantine would take the initiative to stab the death of his father Nicholas I, but he was worried that his frizzy younger brother would leak it out unconsciously. Point in this case, it is bound to cause fatal jurisprudence to their troops if the trouble is not good. There may be a turmoil within the army. Point, because from the beginning of the empire to the present, the authority of each Tsar was based on his military rule. Once the authority of the empire's military rule suffered a devastating blow, those hidden opponents would immediately turn into poisonous snakes, baring their fangs and biting the empire fiercely. Alexander II knew that the empire never lacked opponents, and that those who opposed the empire were not groups of little bourgeois like republicans like France, but a conspiracy of nobles who were the backbone of the empire groups, those people who are deeply blessed by the imperial system and enjoy the privileges brought by the empire, while secretly and wantonly criticizing the dictatorship system of the empire. Point in their mouths. Russia, which has smashed the dictatorship system, will surely become prosperous and strong. These people are a group of guys who are determined to destroy the empire. Compared with them, the British and French coalition forces are more benevolent. At least the purpose of the Anglo-French coalition is to make them compromise, and those guys' purpose is to destroy the entire Romanov family. Nothing. Alexander II shook his head and replied to Constantine, "I'm just a little homesick, Constantine." Alexander II watched without speaking. After a while, Constantine said with a smile, "I see. I will follow your teachings and act cautiously. That's good. Alexander II nodded to Constantine with a sigh of relief. I'll trouble you here, His Royal Highness. If there is nothing to do, I will leave first. Constantine responded to Alexander II. Looking at Constantine, who had a slight emotion in front of him, Alexander II wanted to say something, but he still couldn't say it, and finally had to nod and agree with Constantine to leave. After Constantine left, Duke Olav and Alexander II began to negotiate the time to leave point. According to Olav, Alexander II had better leave immediately and return to St. Petersburg. Alexander II thought that he could not leave Crimea so soon, because leaving in a hurry would give the soldiers of the Crimean Peninsula bad thoughts. They would wonder if there was an accident in St. Petersburg. Otherwise, why would the Crown Prince leave in such a hurry? This will have a very bad effect on the morale of the army, and the coalition troops stationed in Sevastopol have been watching Bakhchisaray. If they can see the turmoil of the Russian army, they will not miss this golden opportunity. Your Highness, when do you want to leave? Count Olav asked Alexander II. A week later, Alexander II responded to Count Olav, after thinking for a while. That's good. Count Olav nodded in response. At this time, Alexander II and Olav did not know that their all-defense coalition had already known what was happening in the Russian Empire, and was actively formulating a strategy for the Russian Empire. This is your strategy. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the bound plan book placed on him, and asked Palicia, who was sitting opposite him. Yes, Your Majesty. Palicia nodded and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. This is a plan formulated by all colleagues in the staff. Jerome Bonaparte flipped through the contents of the plan page by page, while Marshal Palicia, who was sitting opposite Jerome Bonaparte, had a slightly hesitant expression, as if he had something to ask for. Jerome Bonaparte speaks. What's wrong, my Marshal? Jerome Bonaparte glanced at Palicia from the corner of his eye, and asked casually, do you have something to say to me? Your Majesty, Marshal Palicia hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. Actually, I have an immature idea. Oh. Jerome Bonaparte put down the telegram in his hand, and asked with an interesting smile on the corner of his mouth. What do you think? Can you tell me? Was the telegram you received earlier from St. Petersburg? Palicia asked Jerome Bonaparte tentatively. Which one? Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a few seconds and asked subconsciously. The one in which the Tsar was seriously ill. Palicia replied to Jerome Bonaparte. This is a telegram sent by the National Intelligence Service. It should be considered first-hand information from Russia. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Palicia. Your Majesty, I mean, can we carry out an assassination in the St. Petersburg area before Palicia could finish speaking? Jerome Bonaparte responded coldly. Marshal Palicia, this doesn't seem to be within the scope of your right to control. Your Majesty, please forgive my offense. Marshal Palicia hurriedly apologized to Jerome Bonaparte. The whole office fell into a brief silence. Riyadh1.com. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte responded indifferently. I understand what you mean. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Do you still know? I know. Marshal Palicia responded uneasily. Your Excellency Marshal, you can leave. The plan will be given to you after I have read it. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Palicia. After closing the plan, Palicia hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte, then got up and left. After Palicia closed the door, Jerome Bonaparte said to himself, this Palicia really dares to think about anything. Is he really not afraid of becoming a public enemy of the monarchy? After a while, he muttered to himself again. However, it is indeed an idea. Let me send a telegram to Paris and ask. Chapter 669. Meet Herzen. That night, an encrypted telegram was sent from a radio station in the Sevastopol fortress, and arrived at the underground telegraph room of the National Intelligence Service at 12 AM. After a long journey of more than 2 hours, the intelligence personnel who received the telegram, while listening to the sound signal from the station, used a pen to convert the sound signal into letters and record it on slightly yellowed paper. After a while, the ticking of the radio stopped, and the intelligence officer handed the transcribed telegram into the hands of Marshal Yerod. After receiving the telegram, Marshal Yerod locked the door. After looking at the dense characters on the telegram, then he came to the desk, took out a book that was almost identical to Jerome Bonaparte's book and read page by page according to the characters on the telegram point. After a while, Marcel Yeroja translated the content of the telegram a second time and wrote it on the back of the telegram point. Jerome Bonaparte asked Marcel Yeroja in encrypted telegrams whether the branch of the National Intelligence Service in Russia was linked to a part of the opposition to the Russian Empire. If the Russian intelligence service is really in touch with them, then ask Marcel Yeroja to take his place and ask those guys if they are willing to overthrow the Tsar's rule. Point. If they are really willing to overthrow the Tsar's rule, then Marcel Yeroja can tell them that the French Empire is willing to give them some help in overthrowing the Tsar. However, at the end of the letter, Jerome Bonaparte repeatedly emphasized to Marcel Yeroja that if the nobles really intended to rebel, the help that the National Intelligence Service could give was limited to providing weapons. Even if it is really necessary to send people to assist them in their conspiracy and subversion, Marcel Yeroja must find some people who seem to have nothing to do with the French National Intelligence Service to carry out the task. Point. After all, although Britain and France attacked the Russian Empire with heavy blows, in the eyes of other monarchies, it is nothing more than an infighting between monarchies and will not hurt the fundamentals of the monarchy. Point. The National Intelligence Service's search for rebel forces to conspire to subvert Russia is digging into the roots of the Russian Empire. Point. Once the actions of the National Intelligence Service are discovered, they are likely to suffer hostility from monarchical forces across Europe. Jerome Bonaparte's precarious reputation could also suffer. A look of embarrassment appeared on Marcel Yeroja's face after reading the telegram. The task that the emperor gave him was really difficult. Point. If one is not careful, their entire National Intelligence Service will have to be reorganized, and he, the director of the National Intelligence Service, will be forced to step down. After all, the crime of subverting the monarchy of a country is too great a crime, so big that Marcel Yeroja himself can't bear it. At that time, the emperor must also be implicated by the National Intelligence Service. However, since the emperor has asked him to do this, he must have considered the consequences. In this case, Marcel Yeroja thought that he had no chance of rejecting it. So, Marcel Yeroja opened the kerosene lampshade, folded the telegram in his hand, and placed it on the flame core of the kerosene lamp. After the telegram was lit, Marcel Yeroja put the burning telegram in the ashtray on the table until he watched the telegram completely burn out, leaving only a pile of black dust. Then Marcel Yeroja stood up and left the office. After a while, the figure of Marcel Yeroja appeared at the door of the room marked with the sign of the Anti-Russian Intelligence Agency Department. He gently pushed open the door of the Anti-Russian Intelligence Agency. At this time, the lights in the Russian Intelligence Bureau were still bright, and the clerks in the Intelligence Bureau kept sorting out the documents under the command of the director Andres Diable. The appearance of Marcel Yeroja made everyone in the Intelligence Bureau turn their attention to him. Andres also put down his work and looked at Marcel Yeroja, who was standing at the door. "Andres, come out with me." Marcel Yeroja pointed at Andres and said. Andres had no choice but to put down his work and leave with Marcel Yeroja. However, before leaving the Intelligence Bureau, Andres also instructed the subordinates in the Intelligence Bureau to continue their work, not to slow down the progress. Because of his departure, Marcel Yeroja and Andres returned to Marcel Yeroja's office together. "Sit down." Marcel Yeroja, who was sitting on the sofa, stretched out his hand and invited Andres to sit down. Andres sat upright next to Marcel Yeroja, with an expression of concentration on his face. Looking at the meticulous subordinates in front of him, Marcel Yeroja nodded in satisfaction. After all, intelligence work is different from other work. It should not be sloppy at any time, and a little carelessness can lead to serious consequences. Later, Marcel Yeroja asked Andres whether their intelligence bureau had any connection with the forces opposed to the Russian Empire. "Yes." Andres responded cherishly. "Did they come to the door on their own initiative, or did you contact them?" Marcel Yeroja asked. "They took the initiative to contact us." Andres continued to answer. "What is their power in Russia?" Marcel Yeroja asked again. Andres told Marcel Yeroja that, because the organization's actions were based on single-line contacts, and their scope of activities was only in Russia, the Foreign Intelligence Service did not have much useful information. Andres' answer made Marcel Yeroja a little frustrated. Immediately, he asked Andres whether the Russian intelligence agency he led kept in constant contact with them. Andres nodded and told Marcel Yeroja that the Russian intelligence service not only maintained contact with Russia, but also in Paris. The organization's contact in Paris was a man named Herzen. Herzen? That writer? Marcel Yeroja asked again. Yes. Andres nodded and then said to Marcel Yeroja, Herzen is also a member of that organization, and he told me that the purpose of his organization is to overthrow Russia's rule. Create a socialist Russia with a republic or constitutional monarchy. Constitutional monarchy? Socialist Russia? A look of surprise appeared on Marcel Yerog's face. He couldn't imagine that those guys in Russia would be so sewn together. Then, Marcel Yeroja couldn't help but complain. Don't they know that in a socialist country, there is no place for them in the monarch? Andres shrugged his shoulders and responded, Your Excellency, the Slavic nation is the easiest nation to go from one extreme to the other. When they thought that Tsarism could not make the Russian Empire strong, they opted for radical anarchism and a republic. If they can fulfill the dream in their hearts, then their death is a worthwhile thing. Marcel Yeroja shook his head after hearing this. He really had a hard time understanding this kind of behavior. Even the most radical republicanism in France today believes that the existence of an empire is good for all. To deny everything in an immature situation like the revolutionaries of the Russian Empire is doomed to failure. Then Marcel Yeroja asked Andres if he could help him contact Herzen. He wanted to know the forces behind Herzen. Minister, please forgive me. Is there any big move from Crimea? Andres asked Marcel Yeroj. Marcel Yerog nodded and then quietly told him the contents of the telegram. Please rest assured, I will bring Herzen here. However, I don't think the place where you meet Herzen should be here. Andres replied to Marcel Yerog. The meeting time is set in the Bois de Boulogne, and tomorrow afternoon. It should be possible. Marcel Yeroja responded to Andres. Of course. Andres replied with a nod. The next afternoon, Marcel Yeroja came to an inconspicuous log cabin in the Boulogne forest early in a casual suit and put on a mask on purpose. After a while, there was a knock on the door outside the hut, and Marcel Yeroja slightly changed his usual tone of voice and said to the hut, Please come in, Andres. And Herzen appeared in the wooden house. Read 1. Marcel Yeroja stretched out his hand to invite Herzen. Please sit down, Mr. Herzen. After Herzen was seated, Marcel Yeroja threatened Herzen, saying that he was very worried that a person as prestigious as Herzen who had connections with some extremist forces would cause unexpected surprises to France. Destruction. So Herzen was called over. Minister. Marcel, you don't have to use these words to intimidate me. I think the two of we can talk openly and openly. Herzen said frankly to Marcel Yeroja, I know you. I believe that you should also know our purpose. I think we both have the same goal and can cooperate on this basis. Cooperation? Marcel Yeroja smiled with interest. It depends on whether your organization has such value. If your organization is all a group of people like you who only know empty talker, then we don't need to continue talking between us. What kind of people do you want our organization to be? Herzen retorted. At the very least, there must be a few big nobles. With the power of the gangsters, there is absolutely no future. Not to mention, it is a nation like Russia that is still enslaved by the nobles. At least we French people know how to resist, and your serfs don't even have the courage to resist the nobles. Your people will only kneel under the whips of the nobles and worship them. The more brutal the nobles are in Russia, the more they can be supported by the serfs. Monsieur. Yeroja sneered unceremoniously. Chapter 670. Duke. Marcel Yeroja's contempt for the resistant spirit of the Russian people not only made Herzen angry, but also made Herzen somewhat agree in his heart. After all, compared with the French people who expelled generations of kings, Russia is too docile, so docile that any local bureaucrat can bully them to death. Sometimes Herzen even thought that, if the people of the Russian Empire could be like the people of Paris, the officials sent by the Tsar would not dare to oppress them with impunity. It is a pity that the people of the Russian Empire did not have the same spirit of resistance as Paris, and the people who had been oppressed by the Tsar and his henchmen for many years had already developed the habit of resignation. Because of this, Herzen believes that, in order to achieve a revolution in the true sense, it must be a revolution of a small group of people. After this small group of elites used unconventional, assassination, bombing, means to solve the Tsar, and then take advantage of the dead period of the old Tsar's death and the new Tsar's succession to control St. Petersburg, and then push the revolution in one place to the revolution of the entire Russian Empire, thus establishing a brand new Russian Empire with a new constitutional monarchy. Because only in this way, the Russian Empire can truly break down and stand up. Point of course, although Herzen himself believes that the Russian Empire still needs a Tsar, but it does not need a Tsar like Nicholas I and Alexander II. What it needs is a Tsar who is completely supported by revolutionaries, preferably a Tsar of the branch of the Romanov family. Anyone who has experienced the power of the Tsar will not honestly hand over the power in his hands. At the same time, Herzen also believed that the establishment of a branch of the Romanov family as the Tsar would reduce local resistance to a greater extent. After all, the succession of the Romanov family was full of blood and conspiracy. Paul I, Peter III, which one was not pushed down. Therefore, even if they kill Nicholas I, as long as they can elect a new Tsar, then the place will choose to wait and see, because of the new Tsar's coming to power. When the time comes, they just need to slowly clear out the dehats to complete the reform of the monarchy. Of course, all of the above is just Herzen's own wishful thinking. Deeply influenced by the anarchism of this era, he pinned all his hopes on the dream of a few people using terrorist attacks to kill their minds, thereby changing the entire system. He obviously forgets that the mind has power because it acts in the interest of the whole system, and if the system chooses a mind that is not in the interest of the whole system, then the mind dies. If Herzen wants a constitutional monarchy to meet the wishes of some nobles, then his desire for a constitutional monarchy socialist country does not meet the will of the entire Russian aristocracy. The vast majority of nobles were reluctant to lose their privileges, and even if Herzen built a new empire, they would overthrow it. Of course, now Herzen doesn't know these things, and now he doesn't even have much hope of their success. There are indeed many nobles who are revolutionary in our organization, and some of them are commanders of the guards. Herzen responded to Marshal Yaluja, commander of the guards. Herzen's answer made Marshal Yaluja slightly change his concept of Herzen. If this organization really has the guards involved, it can also cause some trouble for the Tsar. Yes. Herzen replied to Marshal Yaluja, okay, you have proved your worth. Marshal Yaluja still responded to Herzen in a condescending tone, I'm willing to cooperate with you on behalf of the intelligence service. Herzen felt a little uncomfortable with Marshal Yalug's altruistic attitude, and he immediately counterattacked a little. How are you France going to cooperate? Could it be that you France are ready to send troops to attack Petersburg? No. Marshal Yarug shook his head and replied to Herzen, the Russian Empire is really too big, my monarch will not repeat the same mistakes. Therefore, we will not send troops to attack St. Petersburg directly. Then, what do you want to do? Herzen asked Marshal Yaluja again and again. Mr. Herzen, I want to ask you one thing first. What position do you occupy in your organization, and can you replace your organization in deciding the direction of some things? Marshal Yaluja said with a face seriously asked Herzen, if it doesn't work, then please talk to me who can make decisions on your behalf. My time is precious, and I don't want to have a meaningless conversation. After Herzen was silent for a moment, he raised his head and asked Marshal Yaluja, Minister Marshal, can you please follow me to a place, Paris, or? Marshal Yaluja asked Herzen without a trace of warmth. It's near the Bois de Boulogne. Herzen replied to Marshal Yaluja, alright. Then, Marshal Yaluja stood up and said to Herzen. Herzen and Marshal Yaluja left the hut. Marshal Yaluja rode Herzen's carriage toward the ground, quickly left the Bois de Boulogne, and then galloped all the way, driving past. After a large field of wheat, I came to a village on the outskirts of Paris. At this time, the smoke of the cooking has slowly risen over the village. Herzen and Marshal entered the village, and came to the only castle in the center of the village. Your Excellency Marshal, this is it. Herzen said as he opened the door, and got out of the car. Inside the carriage, Marshal Yaluja looked up at the old castle through the car window, and jumped out of the carriage as well. The two came to the gate of the castle together, and Herzen gently knocked on the gate of the castle. After a while, a housekeeper in a black coat appeared in front of Marcel Yerrig. "Mr. Herzen, your excellency, the duke is resting now." The butler said to Herzen respectfully, "This is a guest from the Tuileries Palace." Herzen introduced Marcel Yerrig in a tone of voice. "He is here to discuss some matters with his excellency the duke." After the butler glanced at Marcel Yerrig, who was still wearing a mask, he nodded and responded, "I'll inform the duke now." After speaking, the butler turned and left, looking at the back of the housekeeper leaving. Marcel Yerrig was a little curious what kind of person this duke is. After a while, the old butler reappeared in front of Marcel Yerrig and said to Herzen and Marcel Yerrig, "Your excellency, the duke has woken up." Marcel Yerrig and Herzen entered the castle together and saw the so-called duke on the sofa of the castle. "Your excellency." Marcel Yerrig bowed respectfully to the old man, whose temples were completely grey. Judging from the duke's facial features, the old man in front of him was probably at least one round older than Herzen in age. "Mr. Marcel, there is no need to wear a mask here. We two are not enemies," the duke responded to Marcel Yerrig in a gentle tone. Hearing this, Marcel Yerrig simply took off his mask. The duke looked at Marcel Yerrig with curious eyes, then nodded to Marcel Yerrig and said, "You are younger than I thought, son. You are also much older than I thought." Marcel Yerrig replied, "Oh, in your heart, what should my image look like?" The duke looked at Marcel Yerrig with interest, "Young and passionate." Marcel Yerrig responded decisively, "Because only young people have the momentum to break everything, it is difficult for the elderly to have the courage to push everything back to life." At the time of the Decembrist coup, it was a coup group composed of a large number of young people. Indeed, young people have the courage that most old people can't have. The duke nodded with empathy, just like before. As the duke spoke, he fell into reminiscences of the past. The memories of the past have gradually become blurred, and some of those people are no longer alive. Thinking of this, the corners of Duke Galitzin's eyes couldn't help but get wet. Marcel Yerrig quietly looked at the duke, who was caught in his memories, and after the duke's mood had calmed down a little, he said slyly, "Your excellency the duke, I think we should let's talk about cooperation." "Indeed, we should talk." The duke nodded, and then said to Marcel Yerrig with a serious expression, "But before we cooperate, I think there should be a simple process of understanding between us. I don't know if you are willing to spend some time listening to the story of an old man who is about to leave France." Marcel Yerrig hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, "Of course." The duke began to tell his story. His name was Mikhail Andreevich Galitzin. He was born into an aristocratic family with a history of more than 200 years. The first generation of their ancestors had followed Peter the Great, fought in the quartet, and his fathers also served for Queen Catherine II, and even he briefly participated in the Russian army of the Holy King Alexander I, and followed the Russian army into France. It can be said that the two of them have been loyal ministers of the Tsar for generations. As for why Duke Galitzin became what he is now, according to his own description, his change was because of the problems caused by following Alexander I into France. Gory. Duke Sen doesn't think it's a problem, he thinks it's the beginning of his transformation. When Duke Galitzin, who was deeply educated by the Enlightenment thought, entered France, he was immediately blindfolded by the thoughts of France. When he entered Paris, he did not pursue gold and silver jewelry like most French officers, but instead loads of books were shipped back to Russia. It was at that moment that the mind of Duke Galitzin began to change. Chapter 671. Duke Galitzin's request. In the period after my return to Petersburg, I visited every corner of the Russian Empire and saw many tragedies that were not seen in Petersburg. Only then did I realize that Russia was rotten and backward, and although she defeated France, I thought it was just another barbarian invasion of Rome. We are far from your level in all aspects, and our nobles will only rob and whip the serfs. Duke Galitzin gushed about the ugliest side of the Russian Empire to Marcel Yerrig. His words were filled with love for Russian soil and hatred for the Tsars and nobles who lived on Russian soil. Marcel Yerrig quietly listened to Duke Galitzin's speech and tried to analyze his character from Duke Galitzin's macro expression. Only by understanding the characteristics of Duke Galitzin can we really make a dialectical analysis of what Duke Galitzin said. At that time, I felt deeply ashamed that I was a noble living in this country. Duke Galitzin's voice was slightly trembling, and his tone was slightly choked. I desperately want to change. I'm crazy. I'm looking for someone with the same ideals as me. Speaking of this, Duke Galitzin's face showed a smile. After my persevering search, I finally found them. They are a group of young people full of ideals and passion. They also want to rely on their own strength just like me. Change the whole of Russia. So, I joined them, and became a member of the Petersburg Northern Association. Speaking of this, Marcel Yeruja realized that Duke Galitzin was also an old rebel. Because the Northern Association in Duke Galitzin's mouth was a tandem organization established by the Decembrists in Petersburg. The Decembrists were able to stage a series of uprisings against the Tsar in St. Petersburg thanks to the help of the Northern Society. However, Marcel Yeruja was a little curious. Since Duke Galitzin joined this organization, why was he able to wander freely between Russia and France? You must know that, in order to thoroughly investigate the situation of the Decembrists, Nicholas I set off a storm in Russia for several years. Many princes, dukes, in Russia suffered bad luck because of the Decembrist incident, and some dukes were directly exiled to the Far East for several years before returning. As one of the Decembrist participants, Duke Galitzin had no reason to stay out of it. Afterwards, Duke Galitzin continued to look at the doubts in his heart for Marcel Yeruja. After several years of development, the Northern Association has quickly recruited a large number of soldiers who are eager to change the system of the Russian Empire. Perhaps it is because soldiers are naturally adventurous. Because of this, the association that originally wanted to gradually accumulate power and then overthrow the Russian Empire in one fell swoop began to become more and more radical under the influence of the military. They were not satisfied with continuing to dominate, and many officers began to plan to launch their respective troops to carry out an armed uprising when Alexander I died, thereby liberating the entire Russian Empire. At that time, I did not agree with their plan of armed uprising, because it was less than 4 years before the establishment of the power of the North-South Association, and the power we had was too weak compared to the Tsar. A sudden uprising was like a sheep going into a tiger's mouth. But at that time they were so engrossed in armed uprisings that they couldn't hear any other voices at all. Gradually I was ostracized by the entire association, who first prevented me from speaking at meetings, and then deprived me of the right to participate in meetings. This led me to become a fringe figure for the entire association for the next 3 years. At that time, I was also a person who was unwilling to compromise. Since they would not let me join the association, I formed a new association myself. So, a year later, I secretly established a new association. This association is more rigorous than the Northern Association, and it is also more stable. In order to avoid the sight of the Russian Imperial Secret Police, I named it Loyalty Association. 2 years after the founding of the Loyalty Association, that vigorous revolution began. As a result, just like I thought, an organization that has only been established for less than 7 years is impossible to accumulate too much power. Although the uprising they launched in Petersburg caught Nicholas I, who had just ascended the throne, by surprise, the Tsar, who reacted quickly, mobilized nearby troops to kill them. Many of my friends were caught in that uprising while I was in Marseille for the winter. After that, the Tsar tightened control over societies in the Russian Empire. Many societies were banned, and members of the societies were escorted to the Far East. And the Loyalty Association I established also had to move underground during those few years, and the connection between members gradually became less and less. It was not until a few years later, when Nicholas I realized that there was no more group threatening him in the Russian Empire, and his own prestige was gradually established in the battles of the Ottoman Empire, our society was able to continue to grow and develop. Your Excellency, so you have developed for more than 10 years. Marcel Yeruja asked Duke Galitzin. That's right. Duke Galitzin proudly responded to Marcel Yeruja. After more than 10 years of development, the Loyalty Association has formed a huge network of relationships. Our people are everywhere from the palace to the place. Since Your Excellency the Duke has such a huge power, why don't you choose to overthrow the Tsar directly? Marcel Yerog asked Duke Galitzin point. After being silent for a long time, Duke Galitzin responded with a wry smile to Marcel Yerog. The Loyalty Association has indeed formed a huge force after a long period of development, but the larger the organization, the more likely it is within it. The more inevitable it is to face a split point. Some members of the association have become content with the status quo due to time, and thus have lost their original enthusiasm. They believe that maintaining the status quo in the Russian Empire is a well-known choice. Another part of the members pin their hopes on the Crown Prince Alexander. They believed that Alexander, who had a liberal ideology, could abolish the shackles of enslavement on Russia, and let Russia throw off all the burdens, and move towards tomorrow. Speaking of this, Duke Galitzin's mouth showed a contemptuous smile. They simply don't understand that it is impossible to make a Tsar give up his birthright. They have lost their initiative. I just want to rely on the saints from heaven to save everything. But how can there be so many saints from heaven, Duke? Galitzin's voice gradually became hoarse. Our nation has placed hopes on the leadership of the Holy Monarch time and time again. And in exchange for what? In addition to Peter the Great, the two generations of Catherine the Great and the Holy King, what else do they bring to our nation besides victory and death? Which one of them truly sympathizes with our troubled nation? Russia, under the impression of power worship, yearns for an almighty little father. They can use their extraordinary power to lead the Russian nation out of the sea of misery. But is there really such a little father in the world? Duke Galitzin smiled dryly. No, since Russia cannot pray for an almighty little dad, then Russia should use its own hands to overthrow the authority, build a brand new Russia, and let the flower of freedom bloom in the Russian Empire. After listening to Duke Galitzin's impassioned speech, Marcel Yerog couldn't help but be in awe of Duke Galitzin's idealistic spirit of giving oneself to others. If Duke Galitzin does what he says, the entire Russian Empire will likely pay for his own idealism. His Excellency Duke Galitzin, I see Russia's hope in you. Rousseau once said, the flower of freedom needs to be constantly poured with the blood of tyrants. In the original France, it was only after killing a king and driving out countless nobles that it truly completed its innovation. Marcel Yerog praised Duke Galitzin. I think that the Russian Empire can only change in a real sense just like France at the time. Duke Galitzin showed a sneer on his face and said, Mr. Marcel, your purpose is probably not to support our ideals at all, but to provoke infighting in Russia. Only Russia the empire has fallen into infighting, so you can take advantage of the fishermen. Your Majesty, if you don't want to take action yourself, even if I say something wrong, it doesn't make any sense. Marcel Yerog said in his usual tone. Furthermore, it is you who need our assistance now, not we need your help. The big deal, we will appropriately relax the conditions for ending the war. I believe that after the death of Nicholas I, the Russian imperial government is still very willing to sign an agreement with us, and you only have this chance. Yeah. Duke Galitzin nodded and said, once Crown Prince Alexander succeeds, he will definitely make peace with you. After he succeeded to the throne, he only needs to make some small reforms and give some people hope. Then the association I created will immediately fall apart. This is my last chance. Your Excellency, what do you need us to do for you? Marcel Yerog asked Duke Galitzin. I need you to restrain the Russian troops stationed in Finland, Bessarabia and the Crimean Peninsula, so that they cannot withdraw from the battlefield, and at the same time, put forward the posture of advancing to the Petersburg area. Galitzin the Duke made a request to Marcel Yerog. Your Excellency the Duke, you should know, we need to spend a lot of money to realize these requirements of yours. Chapter 672, Hard Choice. Your Excellency Duke, don't you know, are the demands you made, cost us a lot to fulfill? A displeased look appeared on Marcel Yerog's face. He doubted whether Duke Galitzin really wanted to rebel against that, so not to mention anything else, just to contain the Russian army in Finland, requires the cooperation of the Kingdom of Sweden. The Kingdom of Sweden itself does not have the ability to fight against the Russian Empire, so they proposed to Britain and France early that, if they want to stand on the front line against the Russian army, then Britain and France must provide guarantees for their safety, while also assuring them that the Principality of Finland will be taken back from the Russian Empire after the war is over. The conditions of the Kingdom of Sweden are simply the thugs used by the French Empire. Not to mention Bessarabia's containment of the Russian army, a condition that even made the Austrian Empire contribute. The last time they asked the Austrian Empire to conduct a non-confrontational military exercise in the Principality of the Danube, they all relied on coercion to march into Italy and inducement, investment of hundreds of millions of francs. This time, I want Austria to continue to impose on the Russian Empire, and the price I'm afraid to pay is much more than the last time. Of course I know. Duke Galitzin responded with a sullen expression. Then, why do you think we will agree to your request? Marcel Yerrig asked Duke Galitzin again. Half and half. Duke Galitzin replied, and then asked again, Mr. Marcel, the reason why you are willing to meet with me is not to cause unrest in Russia. Now that I have spoken my request, you can pretend that nothing has been heard. Marcel Yerrig pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth, and said to Duke Galitzin, how sure are you? Duke Galitzin said to Marcel Yerrig with 5 fingers in the depths, if the French Empire can really fulfill the above requirements, I'm about 50-60% sure, only 50% sure. Marcel Yerrig responded to Duke Galitzin with a slight disappointment. Mr. Marcel, we are facing a tyrant who has mastered the fate of Russia for more than 20 years. Duke Galitzin continued to Marcel Yerrig, it is no exaggeration to say that, if it weren't for him, and if his army loses consecutive battles on the Crimean Peninsula, we probably don't even have a 10% chance. Later, Duke Galitzin assured Marcel Yerlig that, if he was fortunate enough to overthrow the Russian Empire, he would withdraw all the troops from Poland, Finland, and even the Caucasus, allowing him to separate from Russia and establish a state. Marcel Yerrig immediately asked Duke Galitzin why he did this. Duke Galitzin said that the Russian Empire's asterisk of Poland and Finland was unpopular, and instead of making them a burden on Russia's finances, it would be better for them to be independent. And France is also happy to see the independence of Poland from Russia. Marcel Yerrig was silent for a moment. He did not deny Galitzin's words. Afterwards, Marcel Yerrig told Duke Galitzin that he had to ask the Emperor in the Crimea Peninsula for instructions because he had made too many demands. Yes. Duke Galitzin nodded and then reminded Marcel Yerrig, please tell me to reply as soon as possible. In a few days, I will be returning to Petersburg. Don't worry, I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Marcel Yerrig responded to Duke Galitzin. Then, at the invitation of Duke Galitzin, Marcel Yerrig, Herzen and Duke Galitzin had another simple dinner during this period. Marcel Yerrig stalked and asked why Duke Galitzin appeared here at this time. Duke Galitzin just smiled slightly at this, and then responded perfunctorily to Marcel Yerrig. He hoped to take one last look at the scenery of France before launching the coup d'état. That night, an encrypted telegram was sent from the basement of the French National Intelligence Service and soon arrived at Jerome Bonaparte's desk. With the help of the light from the kerosene lamp, Jerome Bonaparte once again took out the cipher book from the drawer and translated the encrypted telegram content. Because the content of the telegram was too long, it took Jerome Bonaparte nearly 2 hours to complete it. After all the translations were completed, Jerome Bonaparte read it carefully again. Jerome Bonaparte, who read Marcel Yerrig's report, murmured, who is this Duke Galitzin? There seems to be no such person in history. It's Herzen. This guy is historically associated with the Land and Free Society. Since this did not happen in the history well known to Jerome Bonaparte, it was enough to prove that the coup d'état under the leadership of Duke Galitzin had little chance of success at all. Moreover, through the telegram sent by Marcel Yerrig, Jerome Bonaparte discovered that the Duke of Galitzin also did not understand the Russian Empire. The Russian democracy he longs for, let alone the 19th century, does not even exist in the 20th and 21st centuries. Even a country as democratic as the Soviet also needs to rely on the strength of the strongman. Once the strongman is gone, then the whole of Russia will return to its original shape. Not to mention the Russian Federation behind. Excessive democracy will only lead to the Boyerization of the entire country. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte can be sure that if Duke Galitzin still holds on to his idealist thoughts, he will inevitably face the fate of going to the guillotine. When someone as strong as Lenin seized power in Russia, he would inevitably centralize power. He needed the Vanguard, the Cheka, the Grain Requisition Team, as well as the Iron Father, Dzerzhinsky, the father of the Red Army, and Bukha. Forrest, however, for an overly idealist, these are not just another form of Tsar. Not to mention, the loyalty association in the hands of Duke Golitsyn was not even as good as the Mensheviks in 1914. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte subconsciously wanted to give up his cooperation with Duke Golitsyn. After all, the defeat of Duke Golitsyn was a certainty. Why should Jerome Bonaparte pay a price to support a loser? He only needs to completely annihilate the Russian Imperial Army in the Crimea Peninsula, and the Russian Empire will certainly conduct peace talks with him. Do I really need to do this? Is it really good for France to create a temporarily divided Russian Empire? Jerome Bonaparte began to silently deduce the situation in which the Russian Empire would withdraw from the stage. If Duke Golitsyn could really take St. Petersburg, then he could, like Lenin later, rely on St. Petersburg's industry to fight against the royalists outside St. Petersburg. The Russian Empire in 1854 was far less industrialized than it was in 1915, and almost all of the regions, except St. Petersburg, were agricultural areas. This also means that as long as Duke Golitsyn completely occupied St. Petersburg, then he will be able to fight for a long time with the royalist army except St. Petersburg. Even if Duke Golitsyn is finally defeated, St. Petersburg will lose its only industrial city due to this struggle. At that time, the Russian Empire under the leadership of Alexander II will only be weaker than at the same time in history, and it will also be more dependent on the capital of the French Empire. By that time, Jerome Bonaparte had laid out calmly in the German region, and gradually lured the Kingdom of Prussia into the trap he set. Of course, in the short run, the destruction of the Russian Empire would have done little for France itself, other than to help Britain relieve the Indian threat. And Palmerston himself is also a madman who wants to dismember the Russian Empire. In the long run, however, the decline of the Russian Empire would benefit France even more. After all, Jerome Bonaparte has always carried the dream of breaking Prussia and rebuilding the League of Legends. Among the external forces preventing him from smashing the German region, the threat of the Russian Empire is obviously the biggest one. Reading www.whocan'tyou.com. Having figured this out, Jerome Bonaparte decided to grit his teeth and help Duke Golitsyn, even though the price paid by France might not be proportional to the reward. If he misses this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, then he will definitely regret why he didn't do it in the first place. So, Jerome Bonaparte sent another encrypted telegram to Marshal Yeroja. Jerome Bonaparte told Marshal Yeroja that he agreed to all the conditions proposed by Duke Golitsyn. Regarding foreign affairs, Marshal Yeroja can have a detailed talk with Foreign Minister Walewski. After the telegram was sent to the National Intelligence Service at 2 a.m., the telegraph operator delivered the telegram to Marshal Yerog's room as soon as possible. After reading the telegram, Marshal Yeroja was surprised by Emperor Jerome Bonaparte's decisiveness. He thought that the emperor would need to think for a while before applying to him, but he did not expect to agree with Duke Golitsyn so quickly. Early the next morning, a carriage set out from the gate of the National Intelligence Agency and soon came to the Orsay Pier all the way south. Marshal Yeroja, who entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, went straight to the door of the minister's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Minister Warewski's voice came from the room. Marshal Yeroja pushed open the door and entered the room and said to Walewski, who was still working, "Minister Walewski, I have something I want to talk to you about. I wonder if you have time now?" Chapter 673, Miscalculated Fausch. Looking at the second generation of Fausch, who was aggressive in front of him, Warewski, the foreign minister, couldn't help showing a panicked look on his face. Just imagine that a secret agent chief under the emperor's command suddenly broke into your office one day and told you that he wanted to talk to you about something. Do you think he really wants to talk to you, or use the talk as an excuse to just arrest you? Anyone in their right mind probably wouldn't think that a spy chief would want to talk to you about something serious. Walewski is naturally in the ranks of normal people. At this time, he kept thinking about whether he stepped on the red line during his tenure as foreign minister. After thinking about it quickly, Warewski found that he did not seem to have violated the red line set by His Majesty the Emperor. Every bribe he received was based on the diplomatic line that the emperor had already formulated, which theoretically does not exist at all. Any problem point. But why did Marcel Yaluga appear here? Just when Walewski was puzzled, Marcel Yaluga's voice like an undead came to Walewski's ears again. Mr. Walewski, I haven't answered my question yet. Yes. Walewski nodded desperately and responded to Marcel Yaluga, his expression inevitably a little flustered. Looking at the slightly nervous Verovsky Marcel Yaluga, he immediately realized that his style and remarks just now seemed to frighten the foreign minister in front of him. Levski responded, Minister Werevsky, I'm here this time under the order of His Majesty the Emperor to discuss some diplomatic matters with you. You don't need to be so panicked. Subtext, I'm not here to arrest you. Yours. Marcel Yaluga's words were like a reassurance pill, and Walewski, who was a little flustered at first, suddenly regained his usual calm. I don't know, what's your Majesty's order? Verevsky immediately asked Marcel Yaluga. This place is not suitable for our next conversation. Marcel Yaluga said to Walewski, could Minister Walewski condescend to follow me to the National Intelligence Service? I think it is their conversation is better. This Marcel Yaluga's behavior of inviting him to talk to the National Intelligence Service made Minister Werevsky, who had calmed down in his heart, agitate again. He was a little afraid that he would not be able to come out again after he entered the National Intelligence Service. Marcel Yaluga saw Minister Walewski's concerns, and he had to patiently give Minister Walewski a brief science about the process of arresting prisoners by the National Intelligence Service. Your Excellency, a cabinet minister like you, we have no right to arrest you. We can arrest you only when His Majesty the Emperor publicly announces the dismissal of your ministerial position, so you don't have to worry. Serge Yaluga explained to Walewski. Marcel Yaluga's explanation made Werevsky feel a little ashamed, and he hurriedly apologized to Marcel Yaluga. I misunderstood you. It's nothing. Marcel Yaluga waved his hand and replied, we've already gotten used to it. Afterwards, Minister Walewski and Marcel Yaluga left the Orsay pier by car. The carriage galloped all the way and quickly brought Werevsky to the gate of the National Intelligence Service. The two who got off the carriage went straight to the office on the basement floor of the National Intelligence Service. After entering the office, Werevsky felt the slightest coolness emanating from the office and could not help curling his neck slightly. I feel sorry for you a little. Marcel Yaluga invited Verevsky to sit down and told him the request made by Duke Golitsyn, the leader of the rebel forces in the Russian Empire. So, you want our Ministry of Foreign Affairs to help you realize the request made by the man named Duke Golitsyn? Minister Werevsky asked Marcel Yaluga. You're right. Marcel Yaluga nodded, then opened the drawer and placed Jerome Bonaparte's telegram in front of Minister Walewski. His Majesty the Emperor means that let's do our best to meet Duke Golitsyn's demands. I understand. Walewski nodded and replied to Marcel Yaluga, I will take charge of this matter myself. Please be quick. We may be running out of time. Marcel Yaluga told Werevsky. Yeah. Minister Werevsky nodded. After the conversation was over, Marcel Yaluga sent Walewski out of the National Intelligence Service. Looking at the carriage that was gradually going away, Marcel Yaluga immediately ordered the secretary following him to prepare a carriage for him as well. The secretary acted quickly and soon prepared a carriage for Marcel Yaluga. Carriage carried Marcel Yaluga all the way west, and after leaving Paris, it moved south again. 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of a village, and Marcel Yaluga, who got off the carriage, immediately summoned the secret police guarding the village and asked them about their situation. The secret police told him that, since Marcel Yaluga sent them to follow up to now, except for an old housekeeper, only one nobleman has entered the castle, and this nobleman has not yet come out. Not good. Marcel Yaluga immediately realized that something was wrong. He hurried to the gate of the castle and knocked on the gate of the castle. It was the butler from yesterday who was in charge of opening the door for Marcel Yaluga. Looking at the housekeeper in front of him, Marcel Yaluga subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he was about to ask the butler whether Duke Golitsyn was still staying in the castle, the butler showed a panicked look on his face. With half of his body exposed at the gate, he lowered his voice and yelled at Marcel Yaluga, "Why are you? Didn't you say you only rent the castle for one day?" "Rent? Marcel Yerog was stunned for a few seconds, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. That Duke Galitzin may have already left. At this moment, a voice came from the room. Who is it? No. Nothing. The butler hurriedly pointed his head into the room and said, and then turned to Marcel Yerog and replied, "Get out." Marcel Yerog showed a slight anger on his face. He never thought that one day he would be played by wild geese. If this is not the residence of Duke Galitzin in France, where is Duke Galitzin now? Marcel Yerog, who was standing at the gate of the castle, even doubted whether the name Galitzin was a real name. "Let's go quickly." The butler's voice reached Marcel Yerog's ears again. Now that Duke Galitzin has left here, then Marcel Yerog can be sure that he will never come back here again. Marcel Yerog, whose clues were interrupted, had to leave. When Marcel Yerog walked out of the village with a gloomy face, the secret police station near the village did not dare to speak up. "You are a bunch of complete idiots. You can't even handle this trivial matter. What's the use of the state supporting you?" Marcel Yerog couldn't help but scolded. The secret police, who knew they had messed things up, could only bow their heads and say nothing. Looking at the group of silent subordinates in front of him, Marcel Yerog sighed again. Now that things have happened, it is useless to criticize them again. Marcel Yerog waved his hand and said to them, "Okay, let's all go back." Afterwards, Marcel Yerog took a carriage back to the National Intelligence Service and left, and the secret police stationed in the village also left. After Marcel Yerog returned to the National Intelligence Service, the secretary immediately told him that a writer named Herzen was waiting for him in the office. Marcel Yerog hurriedly returned to the office. At this time, Herzen was sitting in the office drinking tea. The arrival of Marcel Yerog made him put down the teacup in his hand and said with a smile, "Marcel Minister, we meet again, Mr. Herzen. What exactly do you mean?" Marcel Yerog asked Herzen in a preemptive manner. "I tried my best to meet your conditions, but you are playing me. That's how you treat me. Are you collaborators, Minister?" Marcel, reading www.orkanshu.com is very sorry. Herzen smiled and bowed to Marcel Yerog. "Because of us, we made you miss out. However, can you tell me, why are you guarding so many spies around the village? I only sent someone to protect your safety, because of your safety." Marcel Yerog responded without blushing. "On behalf of Duke Galitzin, thank you for your protection." Herzen responded to Marcel Yerog, "Now your excellency the Duke is very safe and does not need anyone to protect me. By the way, where is your Duke now?" Marcel Yerog asked Herzen. "Your excellency the Duke has returned to Russia by boat last night." Herzen replied to Marcel Yerog, "I remember that the cargo ships between Russia and France were stopped long after the war started." Marcel Yerog asked suspiciously, "But the ship from France to Prussia hasn't stopped running yet." Herzen replied to Marcel Yerog. Marcel Yerog immediately understood what Herzen meant, and Duke Galitzin passed through Prussia and returned to St. Petersburg. "However, why is your excellency the Duke leaving France so soon? I remember that he didn't say yesterday that he would return for a while before returning to St. Petersburg." St. Petersburg? Wasn't he afraid that France would refuse his request? https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 674. Sweden enters the war. Facing the threat of Marcel Yerog, Herzen told Marcel Yerog the truth with a sullen expression. Whether he and the French behind him were willing to help them or not, they would be in Petersburg. Herzen, prefer to use that name, try to stage a coup. And the reason why Duke Galitzin appeared in France was not to take another look at the scenery of France before the coup d'etat, but to make an appointment with the Polish exiles in France to revolt together. Only in this way can the Russian Empire start to end. Can't care for each other. Marcel Yerog was surprised by Duke Galitzin's plan, and he admitted that he had indeed underestimated Duke Galitzin before. There is no simple person who can develop and grow under the eyes of the Tsar, and then rebel against the Tsar. Where are those Polish exiles going to revolt? Warsaw? Marcel Yerog asked Herzen again. Perhaps. Herzen gave an ambiguous answer. Those Polish exiles only promised to act with us, and did not say in which city they would start an uprising. However, I guess it should be Warsaw. After all, Warsaw is now the city is empty like never before. Speaking of this, Herzan paused and smiled and said, the reason why Warsaw has become so empty is also thanks to you. If it weren't for you, and Britain playing a few games on the Crimea Peninsula cleanly, if there is a war, Tsar Nicholas will not choose to continuously transfer the Polish legions stationed in Warsaw from Warsaw to enrich Bessarabia and Crimea. Now Warsaw is afraid that even an army, 2W to 3W people, can't get together the strength. When are you going to start the operation? Marcel Yeroja asked Herzan again. It may take a while. Herzan said to Marcel Yeroja, because many people in the Loyalty Association do not agree with Duke Golitsyn launching the revolution. Golitsyn needs to persuade them to act afterward. If Duke Golitsyn can't convince them to coup with words, what are you going to do? Marcel Yeroja asked Herzan. After pondering for a moment, Herzan said to Marcel Yeroja that he had also asked the Duke if all the members of the association were against the uprising, then the uprising would not be carried out. The Duke at the time told him that no matter how the members of the association objected, he would never back down because of the opposition. As long as his heart was still beating, he would fight the Romanov family to the end. Since His Excellency the Duke has made up his mind, I wish him all the best. Marcel Yeroja responded to Herzan. Mr. Marcel, those requests made by His Excellency the Duke, does His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte agree with them? Herzan hurriedly asked Marcel Yeroja. Didn't you just say that whether France agrees or not will not affect your coup d'etat? Why are you asking me about this again now? Marcel Yeroja asked back with a chuckle. If France is willing to help us contain the forces deployed by Nicholas I around Petersburg, that would be the best. Herzan replied to Marcel Yeroja. The reason why the association is unconditional the support of the Duke was nothing more than fear that Nicholas I would summon the army outside Petersburg. As long as France can contain the army in the hands of Nicholas I, then His Excellency the Duke can draw some of the guys who originally favored the Tsarist Empire into the ranks of the revolution. The more people we attract, the higher our chances of success, the more benefits France gets from both sides. Even if we fail, how much will it affect you? Could it be that the government of the Russian Empire, which survived by chance, will fight with you to the end because of this? Okay, Mr. Herzan, what you said is really good. Marcel Yeroja responded candidly to Herzan. Our Majesty has agreed to your request, and we will help you as much as possible to contain it. Live in the Russian army, so you have a better chance of success. Herzan, who heard Marcel Yeroja's answer, showed a happy smile on his face, and he immediately responded to Marcel Yeroja. On behalf of the Duke, I would like to express my most sincere thanks to His Majesty the Emperor. If we are fortunate enough, if it succeeds, the new Russian Empire will become the most steadfast ally of the French Empire. Mr. Herzan, let's keep these words for you to talk about after your success. Marcel Yeroja responded with a distant attitude. Then, Marcel Yeroja asked Herzan again who they were going to support to serve as the new Tsar. After they killed Nicholas I, Herzan told Marcel Yeroja that they were going to support Nicholas I's third son, Grand Duke Nikolai Nikolaevich, as the new emperor of the Russian Empire. Aren't you afraid that the Grand Duke you support will choose to avenge your father after he has gained power? After all, you killed someone's father. Marcel Yeroja said with a schadenfreude smile on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Marcel, we also brought him a throne. After all, Archduke Nikolaevich will never be able to reach that position in his life. Herzan replied. A powerless throne. Marcel Yeroja specially emphasized. That's better than nothing. Herzan shrugged and said to Marcel Yeroja. Indeed. Marcel Yeroja nodded in response. Even in the British Kingdom, which is a constitutional monarchy, Queen Victoria's power is very large. The new Tsar only needs to wait quietly for Duke Golitsyn to die, and then he can gradually regain his rights. In any case, Duke Golitsyn is now in his 60s, and he will only have to wait 20 years at most. And Archduke Nikolaevich, who was planned to be established by Duke Golitsyn, is only 23 years old now. Of course, the premise of all this is that Duke Golitsyn can gain a firm foothold in St. Petersburg and defeat the forces that attempt to counterattack St. Petersburg. Under the intimate escort of Marcel Yeroja, Herzan returned to his residence in Paris. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed, and Foreign Minister Walewski arrived at the National Intelligence Service. When he entered Marshal Yerag's office, he immediately told Marshal Yerag that the Kingdom of Sweden had agreed to the request made by France, and they would put some pressure on the Russian Empire in the near future. Isn't the Kingdom of Sweden making any excessive demands? Marshal Yerag asked in disbelief. The Kingdom of Sweden only requires us and the Kingdom of Britain to ensure their safety. Once Russia declares war on the Kingdom of Sweden, then we and the British Army must rush to help as soon as possible. Yalodya responded. It sounds reasonable. Marshal Yerag nodded to Walewski and said, has an agreement been reached in Britain? Prime Minister Palmerston also agrees with our request. He hopes to rely on the great mobility of the British and French forces in the Baltic Fleet to launch an attack on Kronstadt under the occupation of the Russian Empire. Walewski told Marshal Yalodya replied. Hearing that Palmerston wanted to occupy Kronstadt, Marshal Yalodya couldn't help being surprised by Palmerston's plan. It seems that Palmerston has not given up on his plan to directly capture St. Petersburg. Yes, Palmerston has always wanted to completely dismember the Russian Empire. Minister Walewski nodded. Then have you agreed to his request? Marshal Yalodya asked Minister Walewski. When I asked Minister Decaux about Palmerston's plan, Minister Decaux told me that with the current sea power of the British and French armies, it is indeed possible to completely destroy the Baltic Fleet, but it is unable to occupy Cameroon. Langstadt Point because there are too many fortresses in the military port of Kronstadt. The fortresses made of solid granite are enough to resist the land attack we launched in the Sirius direction. If you want to completely capture them, you must spend a lot of money. Rather than launch a bottomless pit attack in Kronstadt, it is better to remove all the nails that Russia has deployed in the Baltic Sea and the Gulf of Finland. So I explained to Palmerston Minister Decaux's advice, and Palmerston agreed with us. Minister Walewski responded to Marshal Yalodya. Reading www.urkanshu.com. What about Austria? Marshal Yerag asked again. The Austrian side is still in the negotiation stage. It is expected to take a long time to end. Walewski replied to Marshal Yalodya. Okay. Marshal Yerag nodded and told Walewski that he would send Walewski's negotiation progress and content to the Crimean Peninsula by telegram. Then I'll go first. After explaining everything, Walewski turned and left the National Intelligence Service. Marshal Yalodya also hurriedly recorded all the content of the Walewski negotiation and sent it to the Crimea Peninsula in the form of a telegram. That afternoon, the telegraph office in Sevastopol received a telegram from Marshal Yalodya. Jerome Patterson, who was in charge of receiving the telegram, immediately picked up the telegram and ran towards the French Expeditionary Force headquarters. At the headquarters of the Expeditionary Force at this time, Jerome Bonaparte, Emperor of the French Empire, was reading a report submitted to him by the Intelligence Department of the Maintenance Command Point. The content of the report is a summary of the results of the recent French Imperial Army's public opinion war against the Russian army in the Crimean Peninsula. Just as Jerome Bonaparte was watching with interest, there was a knock on the door. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 675. Changed plan. Please come in. Facing the sudden knock on the door, Jerome Bonaparte just raised his head slightly and said something sullenly, and then lowered his head again. Hearing the sound of catcher pushing the door, Jerome Patterson appeared in the room. Before Jerome Patterson could speak, Jerome Bonaparte, who bowed his head, responded slyly. Did the National Intelligence Service return the telegram again? There was a surprised expression on Jerome Patterson's face. He didn't understand how Jerome Bonaparte was so predictable. Yes. Bring it here. Jerome Bonaparte raised his head and said to Jerome Patterson. Jerome Patterson hurried to Jerome Bonaparte and put the telegram on the table. Jerome Bonaparte put down the report in his hand and took the telegram in his hand. After a while, he put down the telegram and said softly with a smile, "Not bad." After speaking, he picked up the report and checked it again. Jerome Patterson, who was on the side, saw that Jerome Bonaparte treated the telegram sent by the National Intelligence Service in a nonchalant manner. Jerome Patterson asked Jerome Bonaparte euphemistically if he should send a telegram to the National Intelligence Service and the Foreign Service to commend them for their contributions to France. "There is some truth in what you said. We can't let the hearts of those who have made meritorious deeds chill. Jerome Bonaparte temporarily turned his eyes away from the report, nodded his head, and drew a meaningful smile at Jerome Park. "Then it's up to you to write them to letters of commendation instead of me," said Tesson. "Me?" Jerome Patterson showed a surprised expression on his face, then shook his head, and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "I can't." "How can a man say he can't do it?" Jerome Bonaparte went on to encourage Jerome Patterson. "Okay, I'll leave the award telegram to you." In the face of Jerome Bonaparte's appointment, Jerome Patterson had to obey Jerome Bonaparte's order and responded, "Yes." Then, Jerome Bonaparte put forward some requirements for letters of commendation to Jerome Patterson, such as, the number of words in each article should not be less than 2,000, and the content should be innovative, not to learn from some newspapers, The Observer, will some car wheel talk. As Jerome Bonaparte asked more and more, Jerome Patterson's expression gradually became stiff. And now he regretted why he had to stand out. Point after Jerome Bonaparte finished all the requests, Jerome Patterson's expression became a little numb. "Young people, don't be afraid to endure hardship." Jerome Bonaparte instilled chicken soup for Jerome Patterson in the tone of someone who had come here. "When I was old, countless newspapers asked me for articles every day. The reason why I can achieve what I'm now is because I'm a person who is not afraid of hardships." Under the indoctrination of Jerome Bonaparte, who successfully learned chicken soup, Jerome Patterson did not reject it, and even regarded it as a challenge. "Patterson, you have to remember." Jerome Bonaparte's expression gradually became serious, and Jerome Patterson's expression also became serious with Jerome Bonaparte. "Serious, you can stay in the French army now, and you are complimented and favored by all forces, because you are a member of the Bonaparte family. Everything you and your father had is because of Bonaparte, because of the surname. That is to say, as long as the empire still exists, then the Tuileries Palace can have a place for you. On the contrary, if the empire does not exist, everything will be in ashes. So as an uncle, I hope you can defend France with your own hands, defend everything we have." Jerome Bonaparte's expectations for him made Jerome Patterson feel an unprecedented pressure. He knows that everything he has now is derived from his last name. The name Bonaparte would be worthless if one day the empire was truly destroyed. He didn't want to live a life of ups and downs, and he didn't want to rely on others. Therefore, he must defend everything he has with his own hands. "Please, rest assured, I will definitely live up to your expectations." Jerome Patterson replied to Jerome Bonaparte with a firm look. "Very good." Jerome Bonaparte smiled with satisfaction, and promised him that after the war was over, he would be promoted to Viscount. However, Jerome Patterson rejected Jerome Bonaparte. He told Jerome Bonaparte that he would win a dukeship by his own efforts, not relying on the surname of Bonaparte. For Jerome Patterson's lofty ambitions, Jerome Bonaparte still chose to encourage him. "Your Majesty, your high hopes for me make me not dare to slack off, so please allow me to leave first." Jerome Patterson said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte with a serious expression. "Go," said Jerome Bonaparte, nodding his head point as Jerome Patterson left the office. A sly smile appeared on Jerome Bonaparte's serious face. He took the summary report again. He shook his head and said in a low voice, "TSK TSK TSK. This era. The young people of my age are really simple. If I were to talk about young people in my era, I would definitely not believe this kind of nonsense." After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte took out a silver pocket watch from his pocket and glanced at it. It was about 10 minutes before 3 o'clock. "It's time to come back." Jerome Bonaparte put the pocket watch back in his pocket and continued to read the summary report. Point just after Jerome Bonaparte read the last page of the summary report, the knock on the door rang again. Jerome Bonaparte let out a sigh of relief, closed the report and said, "Please enter." This time, Marshal Périssier, who entered the room this time, walked in a military uniform and reported to Jerome Bonaparte the distribution of the new batch of guns and ammunition that arrived yesterday. "Good job." Jerome Bonaparte nodded, then stretched out his hand to invite Marshal Périssier to sit down. Point. As soon as he was seated, Marshal Périssier immediately saw the telegram on his desk. He pointed to the telegram and asked Jerome Bonaparte if there was any new progress in Paris. "You can see everything for yourself." Jerome Bonaparte pushed the telegram in front of Marshal Périssier. After reading the telegram, Marshal Périssier excitedly asked Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, so we can launch an attack on Simferopol?" Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and replied to Marshal Perlissier, "No hurry. It will take a while. Your Majesty, what are we waiting for?" Marshal Perlissier asked suspiciously, and then raised his concerns. "If Crown Prince Alexander runs away, wouldn't our plan fail? I'm sure that Alexander II will not abandon the army and leave at this time." Jerome Bonaparte responded confidently to Marshal Perlissier, and then put the summary report in front of Marshal Perlissier. "Here is the summary report handed over to me by the intelligence department when you left. Take a look." Hearing the three intelligence officers, Marshal Perlissier showed an unnatural expression on his face. As a soldier, he had a certain rejection of the intelligence agency, an organization within the military, but not directly controlled by the military. P.S. Although the Maintenance Command is attached to the War Department and becomes a subordinate branch of the War Department, the Maintenance Command itself does not report to the War Department. They are forces directly controlled by Jerome Bonaparte. Therefore, the relationship between the Intelligence Department and the General Staff is not a subordinate, but a collaborating relationship. If it wasn't for the strong placement of Jerome Bonaparte and the small number of people in the Maintenance Command itself, the entire Basic Maintenance Command is only about 2,000 people, scattered in an army of nearly 550,000 people. The army would definitely not allow such an organization to exist. Okay, let's take a look. Jerome Bonaparte said to Marshal Perlissier, nodding lightly on the summary report. Perlissier turned the report page by page, his expression becoming richer over time. According to the report, the Russian army has been sent by Jerome Bonaparte to Simferopol and Bakhchisaray to convey the false news that Alexander II is about to abandon the Crimean Peninsula army and return to St. Petersburg alone, due to govern the appearance of Duke Blitzen. Made Jerome Bonaparte, who originally planned to announce the news of Nicholas I's serious illness to the Russian army, had to change his focus from how to let Alexander II leave, to how to let Alexander II go. Second stayed here, so he concealed his serious illness, and focused on propagating that Alexander II would abandon them and leave. The morale of the troops of the Russian Empire took an immediate and devastating blow. Perhaps even Crown Prince Alexander did not expect that his previous announcement to fight with them in order to save the morale of the Russian Empire would now turn into a shackle restricting his departure point for the Russian soldiers who have not been in contact with Tsar Nicholas I. Crown Prince Alexander is their little dad in the Crimea Peninsula. They are willing to fight for the little dad, and now the little dad is ready to give up off the Crimea Peninsula. Then what reason do they have to continue fighting? Dozens to 100 Russian soldiers leave Bakhchisaray every day, and the trend has intensified over time. So much, so that Alexander II had to announce to the public that he would continue to stand with the Russian soldiers if Alexander II leaves now. The entire army of the Russian Empire will become extremely weak. Alexander II could not, and did not dare to leave. If we attack now, then Alexander II has every reason to leave here. On the other hand, if we don't attack, but put on a posture of peace talks, https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.